Chapter 37:59. My ancient black abyss mirror has been stolen by someone. Quickly seal the palace and the evil devil city. Don't let that person escape. What? There was actually such a thing. The people of the evil devil palace were stunned when they heard this. The ancient black abyss mirror was the personal saint tool of the evil devil son. Moreover, it was the independent small world where the evil devil son cultivated. How could it be stolen by someone? Could it be that those two people from the dragon clan had done it? Asked a minor saint. The evil devil's son shook his head. It was impossible. I was so close to the two of them. I should have been able to detect it. Moreover, the ancient black abyss mirror was inextricably linked to me. Even if it was stolen, I would still be able to sense it. But now the connection was cut off. Obviously, it was someone who was at least a minor saint. Therefore, it was impossible for it to be done by those two people. I suspect that it might be the people from the Golden Crow race. Go and investigate it. You must get it back. The evil devil's son was mad with anger. That was the space where he cultivated. There were definitely countless heavenly treasures inside. Most of his cultivation resources were inside. No one had ever been able to steal them. Moreover, no one dared to do anything to him. But now his cultivation there had actually been stolen by someone. Moreover, it was done secretly. Who was the culprit? Could it be that there was an extremely terrifying super expert hiding in the dark? The evil devil's son felt restless when he thought of this. However, when he thought that this was his territory, he felt relieved. Even the holy city didn't dare to do anything to him here. Therefore, he regained his ferocious expression and ordered a thorough investigation. Once the culprit was caught, he would tear him into pieces. The evil devil city was in chaos again. Those cultivators exclaimed. What was going on? What had happened to the evil devil palace? Damn it, this was really an eventful period. Everyone shrunk their necks and didn't dare to move around. The evil devil palace was like a mad dog now. It was said that they had set their eyes on many major forces and were investigating them secretly. They even angered the experts of the Golden Crow race. They attacked aggressively. In the end, 2 minor saints of the evil devil palace were injured and left. There was new news every day. Every day, there would be a great battle between experts. It could be said that the evil devil city had become an extremely terrifying battlefield. The slightest carelessness could lead to one's death. Everyone was trying to figure out what was going on. Some powerful factions had finally found out that the fiend child had dropped a very important treasure. Now, they were going all out to investigate it. What is this demon child doing? Lei Chang's people in Thunder God City frowned. They were extremely dissatisfied. They had actually been investigated as well. On the other side, the people from the Demon City, such as the 100-eyed demon sage and the others, were even more gloomy. If this wasn't the territory of the other party, and if they weren't afraid of the demon son's father, they would have already attacked. Yu Shirchie, Diling, and the others were even more shocked. Over the past few days, the terrifying auras of the powerful sages had directly impacted their nerves, especially the Imperial Mausoleum. Previously, he had thought that he was a peerless genius who looked down on everything. But now, everyone was stronger than him. In particular, Shui Yu, Lei Chong, and the 100-eyed demonic sage were even more powerful. As for the Golden Crow tribe, he could only look up to them. Di Ling's face was filled with despair. Originally, he thought that after killing Lin Xian, he could regain his confidence and once again climb to the peak of the martial path. But now he realized that even without Lin Wudi, there are still Wudi Jin and Wudi Zhang. In short, there were more and more experts who were stronger than him, trampling him under their feet. Di Ling was about to collapse. On the other side, Lin Xian was incomparably leisurely. Now, the two of them were directly in the main hall, and there was no interference from the Demon Palace. Although the Demon Palace was guarding outside, they didn't care. During this time, Lin Xian and He Shan set up a formation and then entered the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower was an extremely terrifying saint tool. Inside, even minor saints couldn't detect it. Even saint sovereigns couldn't know what was going on inside. It was very safe inside. After entering, Lin Xian asked, "How is it? Did you break it?" He Shan said, "Nonsense. Don't you know who I am? I'm a remnant soul of a great sage." It was easy to break the soul imprint of a brat. Moreover, he couldn't detect it. That's good. Lin Xian smiled. "Let's go in." The Crimson Dragon couldn't wait. He Shan said, just in case. He was an old fox, so he was more thorough. First, set up an illusion formation and let our illusions be outside. If the people of the Demon Palace were to investigate, they wouldn't be exposed. Next, set up a teleportation formation. Once the people of the Demon Palace enter, we will immediately teleport out. This way, they won't be able to detect us. After He Shan finished setting up the formation, everyone entered the simple mirror. The simple mirror turned into a whirlpool, sucking everyone in. In the next moment, everyone felt the surrounding aura change. This was indeed an independent space. Inside, black qi filled the air, bringing with it a gloomy and cold aura. As expected of the Demon Palace, it was really a place to cultivate evil techniques. Lin Xian looked around and sneered. This place made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, they were strong enough to use their own laws to resist the terrifying evil aura. The space wasn't big or small. They couldn't see the end of it. Everyone flew up and quickly flew into the distance. Not long after they flew, black mist filled the air below. A huge black dog rushed up and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the entire sky. Scram! The Crimson Dragon slapped down, sending the demon dog flying. At the same time, Lin Xian looked around. It seemed that there was quite a bit of danger here. The demon child was truly cautious. He had actually set up so many traps in the place where he cultivated and even raised some terrifying monster beasts. However, this wasn't a problem. He Shan and the Crimson Dragon were two formation experts. Lin Xian's formation attainments were also superb. Therefore, the three of them destroyed all the traps along the way. At the same time, the monsters formed by the evil aura were all killed mercilessly. Finally, they arrived in front. In front of them, there was a divine tree that emitted a bright light. This was the sky-piercing divine tree. Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen the North Demon use it more than once. However, the sky-piercing divine tree was in a bad condition. The trunk and leaves of the sky-piercing divine tree had turned black. It was incomparably black. Some of it was almost dyed black. At the roots of the sky-piercing divine tree, there was a figure lying there. It was the North Demon. The Crimson Dragon cried out in surprise. He turned into a ray of light and rushed over. Lin Xian hurried over as well. As he looked at the ground, his expression turned extremely ugly. It was really the North Demon. The North Demon was lying there like a worm. His face was pale as if he was sleeping. On his back, there were roots of the sky-piercing divine tree. Chapter 3760. Damn it! Northern Demon, how are you? Lin Xian and Crimson Dragon hurriedly squatted down and asked. Black Mountain looked at the sky-reaching god tree and kept sizing it up. He seemed to be thinking about something. Northern Demon was too weak. It seemed that his vitality had been sucked dry. Moreover, his body was covered in black qi. Obviously, he couldn't wake up now. What's going on? Should we bring him out? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian didn't dare to act rashly because he felt that this scene was too strange. What was the demon child trying to do? Did he want to absorb Northern Demon's strength or occupy the sky-reaching god tree? He looked at Black Mountain and asked, Do you know what's going on? He Shan nodded. He could see that the evil demon child wanted to occupy this heavenly god tree and let it grow in this space. Your friend is not bad. Even I am envious of his myriad demon body. Black Mountain's eyes shone brightly. He said, Don't worry, kid. I will save this person and take him as my disciple. Really? That's great. Hurry up and tell me how to save him." Lin Xian was overjoyed. Black Mountain was a great sage. If he took Black Mountain as his master, his future would be limitless. Lin Xian also knew that Black Mountain's original body was also a tree demon. He was called Old Demon Black Mountain and was very terrifying. He had learned about this when they talked before. Northern Demon had the myriad demon body and also had the sky reaching God tree. It was probably because of Northern Demon's body that Black Mountain cherished talent. Black Mountain said, "There are 49 formations here that can't be easily touched. We have to break them in order. Otherwise, my little disciple's life will be in danger." Black Mountain's eyes flickered. Next, he, the Crimson Dragon, and Lin Xian worked together to break the formations. During this time, they were teleported out twice because the demon palaces people came in. It seemed that the demon palace was also suspicious of them. Fortunately, Black Mountain had set up a spatial formation in advance and teleported back in an instant. Therefore, there were no flaws. When the devil palace's people saw that they didn't have any suspicions, they retreated. After the devil palace's people left, Lin Xian and the others returned to the mirror and continued to break the array formation. Finally, all of the formations were destroyed. Then he dug the Northern Demon out of the ground. His injuries are very serious, and his body is filled with this demonic aura. He will probably only recover after he clears it out. Black Mountain said with a frown. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry about it. I can get rid of the devil's tears. He has the great dragon sword spirit, so he can definitely destroy this aura." "All right, then remove the demonic aura. Leave the rest to me. I'll be able to restore it." After that, Lin Xian began to use the great dragon sword soul to help expel the demonic energy from the North Demon's body. This process took a long time, about 10 days. After 10 days, the black aura on the North Demon's body completely disappeared. Black Mountain took action. 5 days later, the Northern Demon finally woke up. He was extremely weak. "Brother Lin, it's you. Rizalong, you're here too." Northern Demon was shocked. "Am I dreaming?" He had been in despair for the past few days. "No, we're here." Lin Xian said, "You're still very weak now. You'd better recuperate. We'll take revenge for you." Lin Xian left behind a large number of natural treasures and pills. He wanted the Northern Demon to recover slowly. He, the Crimson Dragon, and Black Mountain began to discuss how to take revenge. Of course, it was to kill the Devil Child. The Dark Rainbow Dragon gritted his teeth. It would be best if they could kill the Devil Palace. It's not realistic to kill the Devil Palace. We're not strong enough now, and the Devil Palace has a lot of little saints. However, it's not impossible to kill the Devil Child. At that time, we can shift the blame. Lin Xian and the other two discussed carefully and began to set up formations. This included all kinds of concealment formations and teleportation formations. During this time, they returned to the ancient mirror and searched again. Lin Xian laughed. The Crimson Dragon even circled around the mirror. "Damn, he robbed them all." Black Mountain floated over and said, "Don't destroy the space here. I can make good use of it. Give the mirror to the Northern Demon." "What do you need the mirror for?" Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain said, "The Devil Child can use his devil aura to transform the heavenly tree into the devil tree. Then I can make the heavenly tree turn this place into the land of the demon god. At that time, the Northern Demon and I will cultivate here. It'll be much more comfortable than staying in your pendant." "All right, you can do whatever you want." Lin Xian didn't care about this. The most important thing for him now was to take revenge. They had a lot of resources in their hands, so they only needed time. A few days later, all of the required formations were finally completed. It's time to find the Devil Child. Lin Xian and the Dark Rainbow Dragon came out. "What's the matter, young masters of the dragon race? There are people guarding outside. It seems that the Devil Palace hasn't given up yet." Lin Xian said coldly, I have something to tell the devil child. Go and report it. Young master, please wait. The devil palace's people went to report it. Not long after, the devil child came. His face was still a bit ugly. However, when he saw Lin Xian, he smiled. I wonder what the two of you are looking for me for. Lin Xian said, We are here to bid farewell to you. Bid farewell? What's going on? The devil child was stunned. Could it be that the two of you don't want to find the dragon race's corpse anymore? We'll have a clue soon. There's no need. We've already found a clue. Lin Xian said proudly. He glanced at the devil child, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Although this is your territory, you're not the only one who can find out information. My dragon race still has some methods. What? Found it. The devil child was startled. I wonder, where did you get the information from? The two of you couldn't have been deceived, right? We found out that the Rain clan and the dragon race seem to know each other. So, we're going to investigate. Goodbye. Lin Xian didn't give the devil child a chance to think. The devil child's face changed. If his secret was discovered, the dragon race's anger would descend on his head. Therefore, he said, This is my territory after all. If the two of you encounter any accident here, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to explain. How about this? I'll follow the two of you. Wait for me, I'm already in a hurry. You're going to meet a mere Rain clan, yet you're still so careful? This is really unexpected. There was a trace of disdain in his words. The devil child's face changed. Since the two of you are in a hurry, let's go. Young master, this old servant will follow you. From afar, an old man rushed over and arrived beside the devil child in an instant. Lin Xian was startled. It was a minor saint. The Crimson Dragon wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Lin Xian. It's just a minor saint. If he insisted on saying something, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. The devil child nodded and looked at Lin Xian. Let's go. The four of them soared into the sky and left the palace, flying towards the Devil City. Chapter 37:61. When they arrived at the residence of the Rain clan, the old man wanted to shout and tell the Rain clan to come out and greet him. However, Lin Xian stopped him. Doing so would only scare them away. It was better to enter quietly and set up a formation. Don't let them escape. Hearing this, the small saint of the Devil Palace set up a battle technique and sealed the entire residence. Then the group entered. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian took action and used the Great Sage Pagoda to take the two of them in. The Crimson Dragon and Black Mountain set up countless formations and covered the entire residence. Among them were some illusion formations, causing the Rain clan members to not know that they had entered. They also entered the Great Sage Pagoda. The next moment, the demon child and the old man were shocked. Damn it! You dare to plot against us. They were really shocked, because they didn't expect that Lin Xian and Black Mountain would dare to attack them. Although the demon child was angry, he didn't panic. He was a top genius and was very strong. Moreover, he brought a small saint with him this time. How could the two of them defeat him? After Black Mountain entered, he activated the Great Sage Pagoda. Even if the other party had the ability to reach the heavens, they wouldn't be able to spread the news. I've finally caught you guys. Lin Xian smiled. The demon child also sneered. You guys don't know the difference between life and death. Previously, I gave you guys face because you were from the Dragon Clan. But now you guys actually dare to attack me. Well, if I die here, your Dragon Clan members won't be able to find me. The demon child's voice was ferocious. The old man snorted. Two stupid kids. Do you think you can fight against a small saint? Seems like you don't know anything. Who told you that I'm from the Dragon Clan? Lin Xian took a step forward. The bones in his body changed, and crackling sounds could be heard. The next moment, he regained his true appearance. Damn, Brett, it's actually you. The demon child was stunned when he saw the other party. How could it be him? Shouldn't he be killed? He was really shocked. That night, the 10 small saints went to kill him. Shouldn't he have turned into ashes long ago? Why is he still here? Damn it, who is this person? He then looked at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon also transformed into its original form. It was a divine dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It danced in the air and let out a loud dragon roar. What? You don't recognize me? Are you Grandpa Long? It's you. You actually survived. The devil child was stunned once again. This time, even the little saint was flabbergasted. How could they not recognize him? But wasn't he supposed to be dead? Why was he still alive? Damn it, the two of you are in cahoots. At this moment, they finally understood. That means my black smoke ancient mirror was also stolen by you guys. Looks like you're not stupid. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lin Xian asked coldly. Just the two of you? You want to kill me? What a joke. I don't know how you managed to survive that pursuit, but you're definitely not a match for a little saint. Kill him. The evil demon child waved his hand, and the old man walked out, revealing a sinister smile. At first, he was worried that the secret would be leaked. But if I kill you here, no one will know our secret. The old man attacked fiercely. His terrifying aura suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was a true little saint. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon instantly retreated, avoiding the attack. The little saint sneered. Don't run. You can't escape. Run. Who said we're running? We just don't want to be splashed by your blood. Next, you'll be crying and begging me. The little saint snorted. He didn't believe that anyone could hurt him. Even if the other party had a little saint, he was still not afraid. However, at the next moment, his expression changed because he felt a beam of light above his head flying towards him. That light was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. With a swoosh, he was sent flying. Half of his body was penetrated. He fell to the ground and kept screaming. Ah, damn it. What happened? What was that? He was crazy. There was actually something that could injure him so badly in an instant. The evil demon's son was also dumbfounded. How could it be? He wasn't dreaming, right? They looked up and saw a man floating in the sky like a black fog. There was also a man who looked like a fiend god. The aura around him was too terrifying. It was as if he couldn't bear it. Young master, run. That's an extraordinary saint weapon. The old man's wound quickly healed. His face was full of fear. Lin Xian smiled. Of course it's extraordinary. That's a great saint weapon. What do you think? Have you seen its power? A great saint weapon. Hearing this, the old man and the evil demon son's eyeballs almost popped out. To be honest, it was too terrifying. A great saint was an existence that was even more terrifying than a saint king. They could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They didn't even know if there was a great saint in the second astral realm. Why did the other party have such a thing? Damn it, how dare you frame me? The evil demon's son gritted his teeth and roared. My father is the evil demon overlord. He will soon become a saint king. If you dare to touch me, you will die. He will tear you into pieces. Why are you threatening us? Seems like you are afraid, but your threat is useless. If you die here today, who will know that we are the ones who killed you? Don't worry, we have already thought of who to blame. Also, don't use your father to pressure others. Although your father is only 1 step away from becoming a saint king, this step will stop him for thousands of years. Do you believe it? So, your father won't be able to come out in a short period of time. Lin Xian sneered. He Shan continued to attack. In the sky, He Shan activated the great saint weapon and the corpse of the great saint and attacked rapidly. The terrifying speed of light hit the minor saint and made him miserable. Every time his body was broken, the minor saint would scream miserably. This kind of torture made him wish he was dead. Obviously, He Shan could kill him with a single blow, but he didn't. Instead, he let him suffer this kind of torture. Wait, Lin Gongzi, this is a misunderstanding. I think we can resolve it. The evil demon's son was no longer arrogant. He only wanted to beg for mercy and make peace with Heishan. How about we write off the grudge between us? Write off the grudge? Lin Xian laughed. Who do you think you are? How dare you write off the grudge with us? You harmed 2 of my friends and even tried to kill me. Do you think we can write off the grudge? This evil demon's son is really naive. Does he still think that he is high and mighty? Damn, brat, don't you go too far. If you have the ability, don't use the great saint weapon. Let's have a fair fight. You are definitely not my opponent. The evil demon's son roared crazily. What? Trying to provoke me? I will fall for it. Roussillon, I will leave this person to you. The Crimson Dragon walked out. Don't worry, I will let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. Chapter 3762. Just you? The demon child was disdainful. When he caught the Crimson Dragon, the other party was only a level 1 sage and he was a level 5 sage. How long had it been? Even if the other party had broken through, he would at most be a level 2 sage. If he wanted to kill such a person, he could do it with a slap. Good opportunity. Kill one first. The demon child's eyes turned red. He roared, and the demon chi in his body surged, forming countless black abysses that rushed forward. The moment he came, he attacked with all his might. It was a sure kill. The Crimson Dragon roared, and the dragon blood in his body surged. Every dragon scale seemed to have turned into a peerless blade, making clanging sounds. The void kept collapsing, and the dragon chi rushed over. The 2 collided, and the sky fell, and the earth cracked, sweeping across the entire space. However, this was the Great Sage Tower. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, the Great Sage Tower would not be damaged at all. Not to mention them, even the sage would not be damaged in the slightest. Not even a trace of energy could be transmitted out. Therefore, the people outside had no idea what was happening here. What demon child? You're just SOO. Look at your grandpa dragon. I'll beat you up today. The Crimson Dragon roared and rushed over. The demon child was stunned. How was this possible? He did not dare to believe that the other party was not an ant. How could he fight against him? I don't believe it. The demon child roared, and the demon chi in his hand formed a huge scythe, surrounded by terrifying laws. The Tao of heaven and earth kept intertwining, slashing forward. Everywhere it passed, the void would quickly shatter. He was confident that he could kill the other party with this attack. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that the demon child was very strong. It seemed that he was stronger than Lei Chong. He was indeed a genius. However, he was also confident in Roussillon. The current Roussillon's strength had increased greatly, and he was already a level 5 sage. His cultivation was higher than Lin Xian's. Moreover, he had eaten so many pinching fruits, and with the dragon race's great powers, his power was definitely beyond imagination. As expected, the Crimson Dragon was still not afraid. With a swing of his tail, he sent the huge scythe flying. Next, he kept attacking. Boom! Suddenly, the Crimson Dragon smashed one of the demon child's legs with its claw. Then, its tail whipped the demon child's waist like a heavenly blade, cutting it in half. Ah! The evil demon child let out a blood-curdling screech and counterattacked crazily. The Crimson Dragon was also sent flying, and many of its dragon scales fell off. However, his eyes were also red, and he continued to fight. In the end, the demon child couldn't win and could only escape. He wanted to lure the little saint to kill him. That old man was screaming miserably on the ground. However, he didn't die. When he saw the evil demon child's cry for help, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. The great Tao of heaven and earth intertwined on it, as if it was splitting the world apart. It quickly charged over. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Damn, how shameless! He quickly roared, "Black Mountain, attack!" Black Mountain waved in the sky and struck down at the speed of light, knocking away the light. At the same time, he attacked the Devil Child and the Minor Saint. It was as if the evil demon child was struck by lightning. His body was torn into pieces. The pain almost made him faint. Damn it. Let's fight fairly if you have the guts. Bah, I'll spit on your face. You let the little saint fight first, and you still say it's fair? The Crimson Dragon despised him. You looked down on other geniuses before, but I guess every genius has more backbone than you. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Damn it. The evil demon child roared. Black light emerged in his eyes. It was the evil demon eye. This was a soul attack. He burned his bloodline and attacked desperately. He wanted to drag his opponent down, even if he had to die. Buzz! Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret child prodigy. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a god, looking down and confronting the black, evil demon eye. In the void, the soul collision was unusually fierce and terrifying. Ka. The black, evil demon eye was shattered. The evil demon child fell to the ground, covering his eyes with blood flowing out. My eyes. Damn it, how is it possible? You can actually destroy my eye technique. He was too shocked. Did his opponent have such a terrifying eye technique? Evil demon, you have to go to hell. I'll send you down now. Lin Xian used the spring and autumn lock, locking the evil demon child's soul into his illusory world. He activated 10,000 merciless tortures. As for the Crimson Dragon, he was responsible for attacking the opponent's body, breaking all the bones in the opponent's body and ravaging them. As for the little saint, he was beaten to death by Heishan. All kinds of screams were heard. In the end, Lin Xian also locked the little saint into the spring and autumn reincarnation, making him suffer 10,000 years of torture. In the end, both of their bodies were badly mutilated. Their souls were tortured for 10,000 years, and they died in despair. Awesome. The Crimson Dragon let out a long sigh of relief. It was too awesome. He finally vented the anger in his heart. Lin Xian also said, after dealing with them, it was time to throw the blame. Let's go and arrange it quickly. The two of them rushed out of the Great Sage Tower. Outside, the people of the Rain Clan and Spirit Sealing Star were still unaware of what had happened. At this moment, they were packing up and preparing to return. That was because the matter here was about to come to an end. They had seen the auction, and their enemy, Lin Xian, had been killed. Although they had suffered some losses, it was still not bad overall. At this moment, an attack suddenly came towards them. Not good. Someone is attacking us. The faces of the Rain Clan's experts changed. The Saints of Spirit Sealing Star also roared and counterattacked. They attacked crazily. At this moment, they didn't hold back at all. The laws exploded in all directions. However, they were puzzled. Who was attacking them? They didn't provoke anyone on the evil demon planet. How could they know that it was the array that had been activated? Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon held the old man and the evil demon child's bodies and attacked them continuously, so that the other party's attacks would land on the bodies. It's still not enough. Lin Xian said, Ruffian Zilong, let the energy be more violent. There was no problem. The dark red divine dragon activated an even more violent array formation, and an overwhelming amount of nomological laws and energy rushed over. The people inside were also enraged. Courting death. Let's kill our way out. The Rain Clan's small saint roared crazily. The small saint of Spirit Sealing Star also led his people to kill their way out. Yu Shirchia and Di Ling followed closely with cold expressions. In the next moment, they finally killed their way out. However, what welcomed them was an even more violent aura. Who was attacking them? The gazes of these experts spread out from all directions. Soon, they locked onto two figures in the distance and killed their way over. Two small saints rushed over and attacked crazily, sending the two figures flying. No, why did they feel so weak? They felt that the two of them couldn't resist at all. While they were puzzled, a scream suddenly came from afar. Damn the Rain Clan! You dare to kill the evil demon child? The evil demon palace will definitely not let you off. This voice directly tore through the array and spread to the 9 heavens. Chapter 3763. At this moment, everyone in the evil demon city heard it. What was going on? Someone was attacking the evil demon's son? Who was it? In an instant, they were all stunned. Just how audacious was this? The evil demon palace received the news immediately. Instantly, they tore through the void and rushed over. What? The evil demon's son? The people of the Rain clan were also stunned. The people of the Spirit Sealing Star were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that they were attacking the evil demon's son? Damn it, this was impossible. Everyone screamed. Dealing also said that they didn't know the evil demon's son at all. Why would he target them? Damn it, this was a trap. The small saint of the Rain clan felt his scalp go numb. We have to make it clear, or we'll be the scapegoat. Yu Shircha said. The people of the evil demon planet sneered. Make it clear? Could they make it clear? The death of the evil demon's son was a huge matter. It would definitely cause a huge earthquake. These experts didn't say anything else. They directly brought Dealing and rushed into the sky. The people of the Rain clan also felt their scalps go numb. They also brought Yu Shircha and quickly tore open the formation. Just as they moved, the experts of the evil demon palace arrived. In an instant, they landed nearby. People were standing in all directions. They tore open the array and saw the two corpses on the ground. No, these people collapsed in an instant because the corpses were the evil demon's son. The old man next to him was also an expert of the evil demon palace. Dead, the evil demon's son was really dead. They grabbed the corpses and carefully examined them. They found that the souls had long been obliterated. Damn it, they actually killed the young master. Kill them all. Tear them into pieces. These people of the evil demon palace had really gone crazy. Each of them killed their way out with red eyes. Heaven and earth shattered. Violent energy streaked across the sky. In front of them, the people of the Rain clan felt their scalps go numb. They ran for their lives. The expert of the Spirit Sealing Star wanted to explain. Stop! This was a misunderstanding. He wanted to say something, but the violent energy immediately rushed over and killed that saint. When the remaining people saw this scene, they didn't say anything and ran for their lives. If they stopped to explain now, they would be courting death. It was better to escape back to their families first. Soon, these people fled the evil demon city. From the looks of it, he wanted to escape from this world. The people of the evil demon city were all stunned. They also rushed over one after another. When they found that the ground was shattered, they were extremely frightened. This should be the place where the Rain clan was located. That's right, the people from Spirit Sealing Star were also here. What had they done? I think I heard it. They killed the devil's child. That was impossible, right? How powerful was the evil demon's child? How could the Rain clan dare to provoke him? Who knew? There might be some hidden secrets, but no one cared about it now. Most likely, the Rain clan was completely finished. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. The entire evil demon city was in an uproar. Not only that, but the fiend planet was also in an uproar. The fiend child was the peak genius of the entire world. In the future, he would be a peak overlord. But now he had actually fallen. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Some of the Saint Realm geniuses found it hard to believe. When the Silver Palace's young master heard this, he was dumbfounded. The other party was actually dead. One had to know that the devil child was his sworn enemy. Both of them would fight for thousands of years in the future. But now, the devil child had really fallen. He felt like he was in a dream. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked at this scene with sneers on their faces. Very good, the enemy was killed, and the blame was thrown to the other party. Next, they would just wait for a good show. They stayed in the evil demon city, waiting for news from afar. And at this time, Lin Xian thought of another matter. There were a total of 13 treasure boxes. At that time, only 10 of them were auctioned. There were still 3 left. Originally, they were waiting for things to calm down before auctioning them. But the following events were more shocking than the previous one. Now that the fiend child was dead, These 3 treasure boxes should not be auctioned anymore. Oh, there was still that thing. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up, and he became spirited. Now that he was fine and the Northern Demon was still alive and recovering, it could be said that he had nothing to do. Now that he heard this and the news, he was naturally excited. Moreover, he had personally dug out these treasure boxes before, and he knew how precious they were. He said, "Kid, do you want to do something big again and snatch those 3 treasure boxes? I have such a plan." Lin Xian said, "Those things should still be in the Fiend Child's temporary imperial residence. Black Mountain, did you check it out the last time you checked it out?" "You don't say I did. But at that time I was too anxious to save people, so I didn't pay much attention to it." The 3 of them discussed and prepared to return immediately. Now was a very good time, because the people of the evil demon palace were chasing after the Rain Clan. There were not many people left, and the number of experts was even fewer. So, if they took action now, they would definitely be able to get it. The 3 of them turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward the Fiend Child's temporary imperial residence. When they arrived, they found that the guards of the palace were much lax compared to before. There wasn't even a minor saint. At most, there were only 5th heavenly layer saints, and there were only 3 of them. It was not a big deal for them. When they were about to take action, Black Mountain said, "Wait, there's a problem." "What's going on?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Black Mountain looked into the distance and said, "Seems like it's not just us. There are other people who have designs on this place." Hearing that, the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian looked around. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with golden radiance. Soon he cried out in alarm. Those people had also come. He saw Lei Chong and the others from Thunder God City, Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint, Xue Yu and the others from Myriad Demon City. Even Jean Hai from Golden Palace Technique was there. Apart from them, there was also a mysterious woman in an emerald green dress. Beside her was an old granny. These people were really bold. But thinking about it, their strength was not any weaker than the Fiend Child. Now that the Fiend Child of the evil demon palace was dead, they naturally wanted to fish in troubled waters. Let's wait for them to fight first. The 3 of them observed in the dark. Daoist Si was the first to lose his patience and took action. He was suppressed by the people of the evil demon palace before, so he was naturally unhappy. At this moment, he attacked and destroyed 2 5th heavenly layer sages. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. At this moment, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint took action. He pulled a 5th heavenly layer saint into an illusion, and there was no resistance at all. 100 Eyes. Jean Hai looked at the other party. The 100-Eyed Demon Saint also looked at Jean Hai, and a biting cold radiance burst out from his eyes. Jean Hai's aura was monstrous, and the 100-Eyed Demon Saint's 100 eyes were emitting a terrifying radiance. These 2 were top geniuses. Moreover, each of them had their own characteristics. At this moment, the 2 sides were confronting each other. The atmosphere was extremely frightening. There were other warriors of the evil demon palace in the surroundings. After they arrived, they were gnashing their teeth in anger. "Damn it! How dare you behave so atrociously in our territory?" Chapter 3764. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think that the Fiend Palace is afraid of you just because you're from the sacred city. Buzz. The 100-Eyed Demon Overlord stretched out his hand and used the heavenly wind eye to cut the 2 saints into pieces. Jean Hai was even more terrifying. He let out a long roar and completely enveloped the 5 of them, turning them into ashes. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill all of you. Get lost." "Haha, it's really lively." Lei Chong also walked out with his men. "How dare you 2 have designs on the treasure boxes? Leave now and I'll spare your lives." Jean Hai waved his hand arrogantly. The 100-Eyed Demon Overlord's face darkened. "No one has dared to talk to me like that for a long time. Humph! Although the Golden Crow tribe is strong, they might not be able to block my hundreds of eye techniques. Do you want to try?" The hundred-eyed demon overlord was filled with killing intent. On the other side, Lei Chong was even more furious. Lightning erupted from his body, forming a sea of lightning. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. I'll send you two to hell. Jin Hai let out a long roar, and terrifying flames swept out. A great battle broke out. The three of them fought fiercely. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon watched in the dark. It would be best if they died together. The dark rainbow dragon was excited, while Lin Xian was surprised that someone didn't make a move and wasn't discovered. What a surprise! Let's follow. Lin Xian found that the woman in the emerald green dress didn't make a move. Instead, she quietly rushed toward the treasure boxes. She tore open the array, which surprised him even more. It seemed that the woman in the emerald green dress wasn't ordinary. We followed them, and they did the same. They tore open the formation and went in. Sure enough, there were 3 treasure boxes placed there. The mysterious woman was walking between the 3 treasure boxes, as if she was deciding which one to take. Idiot, take all 3. The Crimson Dragon was very dissatisfied. This girl was too slow. His voice startled the other party. The girl turned her head with a look of shock. It's you. She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. Do you know me? Right now, he and the Crimson Dragon had changed their appearances again. Naturally, they didn't want to be recognized. Of course. Even though you've changed your appearance, I still recognize your scent. The emerald green girl smiled. Her sweet smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Smell. Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of someone using smell to identify people. However, from this, it could be seen that this girl was even more extraordinary. The Crimson Dragon muttered, sniffing people with his nose, "What kind of sign is this?" The girl looked at the Crimson Dragon and exclaimed, You're actually alive!" This time, the Crimson Dragon was even more shocked. "Wow, you even know about this. Since you know the secret, I can't let you live." The Crimson Dragon stepped forward. The mysterious woman smiled sweetly, not minding at all. At this moment, an old granny walked out from beside her. The aura she emitted made the dark rainbow godly dragon's hair stand on end. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could see that the old granny was a minor saint and not an ordinary one. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, they would be exposed. Therefore, he said, "Senior, don't worry. We won't fight." He looked at the mysterious woman. 3 treasure boxes for 3 people. How about 1 for each of them? All right, I'll take this one. The mysterious woman pointed at a bull-sized treasure box and put it away. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon each took 1. One was about the size of a fist, and the other was about the size of a stool. After putting them away, they prepared to leave. At the same time, an angry voice sounded from outside. "Damn it! How dare you fish in troubled waters? Do you think we don't exist?" With a roar, a pair of eyes appeared in the sky. Berserk soul surges, terrifying rays of light waste. It was the 100-eyed demon saint. Obviously, the other party had also torn open the formation. They didn't expect that the treasure would be taken by someone else first. What? Jin Hai and Lei Chong were also angry when they heard that. They immediately attacked. Lei Chong struck out terrifying lightning, tearing open the formation. Jin Hai turned into a golden crow and shattered the void in the sky. The next moment, they surrounded Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the mysterious woman. "Who are you? How dare you steal from under our noses? Hand it over obediently, then kneel at the side and wait for death." Jin Hai's expression was cold. The mysterious woman frowned. The old granny walked out again, emitting a powerful aura. Immediately, the few people felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, a powerful old man walked out from behind Jin Hai, the 100-eyed demon saint, and Lei Chong. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. It seemed that although the geniuses attacked, there were minor saints behind them. It should be a precaution. The default rule is that we won't attack. a minor saint said. The other minor saints nodded one after another. Then they hid in the void. Hand over the treasure box on your body. The 100-eyed demon saint stared at the mysterious woman. He must have discovered something, so he wanted it very much. Lei Chong stared at the crimson dragon. It's you then. How are you going to die? He didn't know the crimson dragon at all, but in his opinion he didn't care about it at all. No matter who the opponent was, it was impossible for them to defeat him. You want to steal my things? Go to hell. The crimson dragon opened his mouth and spewed out dragon flames. The Tao Tian fire was still sweeping over. Right now, he did not transform into a dragon. Instead, he had transformed into a handsome young man. He looked very handsome, but the moment he attacked, it was truly berserk to the extreme. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. Lei Chong also attacked. In an instant, the 4 experts attacked one after another. Only Lin Xian and Jin Hai were left in the field. Jin Hai looked at him and said indifferently, "You're no match for me, so kneel down obediently and accept your death. I'll leave you with an intact corpse. You want the treasure box in my hand? Fine. I heard that the meat of the golden crow is not bad. Give me half of your flesh, and I'll roast it into skewers. You're courting death." Jin Hai was completely enraged. He had once had one of his wings torn off and roasted into skewers. Moreover, there was a powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan who was completely roasted. That was the pain of the Golden Crow clan. No one could mention that in front of them, but the other party was so reckless. Even the powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan, who was hiding in the void, was emitting a biting, cold, killing intent. If it weren't for the rules, he would have slapped this detestable kid to death. He didn't make a move. In his opinion, Jin Hai could easily kill the other party in one move if he attacked. Go to hell. Jin Hai sneered. The golden wings on his back spread out and charged towards Lin Xian like a heavenly blade. He wanted to split Lin Xian in half. Lin Xian sneered. He didn't learn his lesson. His figure swayed and dodged the attack. Then he raised his hand and a sword chi flew out. This sword chi was too cold. It was like a peerless divine sword that suddenly slashed down. How was that possible? Jin Hai's hair stood on end. He realized that the power of this sword was beyond his imagination. It could even threaten him. Chapter 37:65. It was so unbelievable that he was dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that the other party's cultivation was completely inferior to his. But why was the other party's attack so violent? Damn it! He roared angrily, turned around and tried to dodge. However, it was too late. The speed of the sword was beyond his expectations. One strike. It hit his wing. Poochie! Blood splattered, and one of his wings was directly chopped off. Ah! Jin Hai screamed, his feathers trembled, and blood flowed wildly. He was going crazy. He didn't expect that his wing would be cut off again. This was the second time. He almost fainted from the immense shame and humiliation he felt. In fact, he didn't know that the person who cut off his wing twice was the same person. If he knew, he would probably explode in anger. "Kid, how dare you hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead." Jin Hai's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. It was a biting, cold, killing intent. He must kill the other party. However, as soon as he finished speaking, countless sword lights slashed over. Some of them hit his body, sending him flying backward. Several bloody marks appeared on his body, and his golden feathers kept trembling. They fell into the void and ignited everything. Boom! At that moment, a fist blasted over with an incomparable aura. Damn it, get lost! Jin Hai screamed, dodging and counterattacking. He kept waving his arms, and the flames turned into monstrous laws that collided with the fist. However, the fist was too powerful for him to block at all. It tore through the flames that filled the sky and blasted his body again, leaving a bloody hole in his body. Just a little bit more, and he would have been torn into pieces. It happened in an instant, but Jin Hai was seriously injured. This scene caused the surrounding people to be stunned. How is that possible? Lei Chong was dumbfounded, and the white-eyed overlord's pupils also constricted. How could that person be so powerful? They all stared at Lin Xian. However, they didn't make a move because their opponent was also very powerful. That kid is still so powerful. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. He originally thought that after his cultivation improved, he would be able to suppress Lin Xian. But from the looks of it now, that might not necessarily be the case. It was even possible that he might not be able to defeat the other party. The mysterious girl was not very surprised because she had seen Lin Xian beat up Jin Hai before. The other little saints were equally shocked. The minor saint couldn't bear it any longer. He let out a cold snort and shielded Jin Hai with one hand. The other hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. Boom! The void continued to shatter. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Damn it, he quickly dodged, using his void god art to avoid the most fatal attack. The energy shockwaves hit his body, causing his blood and qi to churn. Is the little saint going to make a move? Lei Chong and the others were shocked. Crimson Dragon's expression also changed. Damn, how shameless! Lin Xian also laughed. Was the Golden Crow clan so despicable and shameless? Didn't they agree to follow the rules and let the younger generation fight? Jin Hai, are you a man? If you are, then come out and fight me one-on-one. What's the point of hiding behind a little saint? Are you a turtle? How can someone like you be called a genius? You are not even qualified to be my opponent. Lin Xian sneered. Jin Hai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had never been looked down upon like this. Damn kid, I'll fight it out with you. He wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by the elder. Don't fall into his trap. He is trying to provoke you. You are the genius of our Golden Crow clan. There is no need to fight with an unknown person. Moreover, the rules are an agreement between people of equal status. The others have little saints to protect them, so it's meaningless for us to fight. But what about you? Do you have a little saint behind you? If not, you can go to hell. The elder's face was cold. He had already checked. Lin Xian seemed to have come with only 2 people, and there were no powerful experts of the older generation behind him. There was no need to talk about rules for such a person. They could just kill him directly. Another dozen or so nomological laws rushed over. Lin Xian kept dodging them, his expression ugly to the extreme. Despicable old thing. Who told you that I have no one behind me? Don't you like to suppress others with your strength? Very well then. Today, yours truly will let you have a taste of what it feels like to be hung up and beaten up. Hey Sean, you can attack now. You want to beat me up with your strength? The elder's face was full of disdain. So what if he has a little saint behind him? He was a super expert of the Golden Crow clan, and he could crush people of the same level. Lei Shenqing and the little saint of Myriad Demon City were also full of disdain. However, they soon changed their minds. In the sky, black qi filled the air, and a figure appeared with an extremely terrifying aura. It caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Everyone stopped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at that figure. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura. How is this possible? The elder screamed. He found that the aura had completely surpassed his. It was an existence that he could not imagine. Could it be that a saint venerable had come? Thinking of this, his scalp was about to explode. Jin Hai's face was full of fear. Previously, they could crush the other party because they had a little saint on their side. They did not expect an even more powerful existence to jump out from behind the other party. Why? Aren't you bullying others with your strength? Come on. Use your 1,000 years of cultivation to hit me. Lin Xian sneered. The Crimson Dragon also laughed. Haha, old fools, you've kicked an iron plate, haven't you? Let's see how you're going to die this time. I don't believe it. You must be bluffing. The Golden Crow, little saint, gritted his teeth and roared. He threw out both of his palms, and a golden crow phantom soared into the sky. A terrifying light shone on the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Little golden crow, how dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. In the sky, He-Shan sneered and swung the great sage pagoda. Boom! The golden crow phantom was shattered into pieces. At the same time, the saint aura on He-Shan's body became even more terrifying. Those people were almost out of breath from the pressure. Little golden crow, do you want to die? He-Shan's voice was cold. The elder was completely stunned. His body could not stop trembling. He had never seen such a scene before. Who is this person? A saint venerable? A saint king? He did not dare to imagine, because he realized that he could not detect the other party's cultivation base at all. Damn it! You can't attack me. There are rules in the second astral realm. The elder roared crazily. Rules? He-Shan sneered. You attacked a 3rd heaven saint as a little saint. Have you thought about the rules of the second astral realm? Didn't you say that rules are set for people of the same status? You are just an ant in front of me. Why should I talk to you about rules? No, you can't do this. Even if you're a Saint Venerable, our Golden Crow tribe has Saint Venerables too. If you attack me, our Golden Crow tribe will not let you go. The elder was completely terrified. He did not expect that the other party would return the words he had said before. This was a slap to his face. Moreover, he could not refute it. Chapter 3766. Indeed, he was arrogant before, thinking that Lin Xian had no background, so he wanted to crush him mercilessly. But who would have thought that Lin Xian's background was so powerful that the person he picked could beat him up? Threatening me? Humph, you know the consequences. He-Shan snorted and smashed the Grand Sage Pagoda down. The Golden Crow elder tried to escape, but half of his body was hit. His flesh was badly mangled, and he screamed in pain in the air. Jin Hai was also sent flying, his body exploded, and he screamed in pain. The scene shocked the other experts and skybrides of the sacred city. He's too strong. A minor saint is like an ant in front of him. The Golden Crow tribe's minor saint was beaten up badly, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. Jin Hai knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. He was afraid that he would be killed by this mysterious person. Run! In the end, the Golden Crow tribe's minor saint took Jin Hai and fled in panic, leaving behind a large amount of golden feathers and saint blood. Humph, little golden house! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll test you thoroughly. He-Shan sneered. The others felt their scalps go numb. This is too scary. At this moment, Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at Lei Chong and Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint. Immediately, the 2 sky prides took a few steps back. Their minor saints also rushed out, protecting them behind them. However, those minor saints felt their scalps go numb. They looked at the tall black figure in the sky and quickly said, Senior, we don't mean any harm. We'll leave now. After saying that, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly left with their sky prides. Only the Crimson Dragon, Lin Xian, and the mysterious girl in the emerald green dress were left. The old lady beside the girl looked solemn. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a terrifying expert behind him. You won't attack me, right? The mysterious girl looked at Lin Xian and blinked her eyes, showing a pitiful look. Lin Xian asked, Can you tell me what's in that treasure box of yours? When the mysterious girl heard this, she smiled sweetly. Well, I can't tell you. However, I can tell you that it's useless to the 2 of you. On the contrary, it was of great use to me. I'll remember this favor. I'll return it to you the next time we meet. After saying those words, the mysterious young woman and the old granny quickly left. After everyone left, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon gathered together. Black Mountain also floated down. Lin Xian asked, How is it? I can still hold on, He-Shan said. It's useless. After a few hits, I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart. No, I have to go and rest. Lin Xian and Dark Red Saint also left. They quietly left the evil demon city, erasing all their auras and changing their appearances. After finding a quiet place, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. After setting up the array, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon couldn't wait to see what was in the two treasure boxes. After Lin Xian opened them, he was stunned. He found 5 black fruits inside. They were as black as ink. When the Crimson Dragon saw it, his face twitched. Puffed. Ben Huang didn't want it. That brat gave it to you. When the Crimson Dragon saw it, his face turned green. Because these 5 fruits were nirvana fruits. He had eaten so many of them before that he almost died. So now he wouldn't eat them even if he was beaten to death. Lin Xian was happy. He heard from Black Mountain that nirvana fruits were very good things. After eating them, it was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It could prevent a drastic change from happening. Of course, he also knew that he couldn't eat too many of them. Otherwise, he would die. With his current cultivation and strength, eating 3 of them shouldn't be a problem. He would leave the 2 for the North Demon. Lin Xian thought for a moment. He put the 2 away, then took out the 3. Next, he prepared to undergo nirvana. The dark red dragon god also opened it, and he found that there were also 5 bottles, 5 black bottles. When he opened it, there was a red liquid inside. At the same time, it emitted a terrifying aura. The crimson divine dragon was startled, and Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. What was that? The 2 of them studied it. Then they found that it was blood, and it was extremely terrifying blood. This thing was very beneficial for tempering the body. Kid, let's each take 2 bottles. Leave 1 bottle for the North Demon. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then he took 2 bottles of super strong blood and went into seclusion. The Crimson Dragon also went into seclusion. The 2 of them began to cultivate and break through. Boom, boom, boom. After Lin Xian ate the nirvana fruit, his vitality dropped to the lowest point. It was as though he had died. The long process of nirvana began. 1 year and 3 months later, Lin Xian's vitality slowly recovered. Then it erupted like a flood. Not only that, the shackles in his body were also broken. His cultivation broke through again and attracted the heavenly tribulation. This time, he broke through to the late stage of the 3rd, heavenly layer. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Next, he began to use the 2 bottles of blood. This was a kind of tempering and also a kind of torture. He felt as though his body was about to split open. He didn't dare to use too much of the blood. He only took a small amount each time and smeared it on his body. Another 3 years passed. Lin Xian's aura erupted again. He had reached the 4th heavenly layer. This time, the heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying. However, he easily withstood it. At this moment, Lin Xian was already an early stage, 4th heavenly layer sage. He had improved by a whole realm compared to before. As for his physique, it had become even more powerful. In the past, he could withstand the attack of an early stage, 5th heavenly layer sage. Now, it seemed that he could withstand any attack below a minor saint. After a few months, the Crimson Dragon also broke through and came out of seclusion. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th heavenly layer from the early stage. His physique had also become stronger. It was about the same as Lin Xian's. Even a late-stage 5th heavenly layer sage might not be able to open his physique. Both of them laughed. This was great. They had obtained a treasure this time. It was really great. It should be known that an ordinary sage would take hundreds of years to break through a small realm. It would be a headache to be stuck in a big realm for thousands of years. Unless they were like them, who had obtained a heaven-defined treasure, it was possible to break through in just a few years. Of course, this kind of treasure could only be found by chance. It should be known that the treasure sealed in the stone box was passed down from ancient times. It was even a treasure from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Of course, it was extremely precious. However, the effect was indeed amazing. Lin Xian felt that his body was full of power. Now that he was facing Lei Chong and the others, he was confident that he could defeat them within 3 moves. Lin Xian and Ruzalong discussed for a while. The two of them prepared to return to the evil demon city. They changed their appearance and came to the evil demon city to inquire about the news. After all, more than 4 years had passed. They didn't know the situation of the Rain Clan. Chapter 3767. The evil devil city was still as majestic as ever. However, the people inside had already changed batch after batch. Some people left, and some people came in. Lin Xian easily managed to obtain the information. After all, this was no secret at all. Everyone in the world knew about it. As it turned out, the Rain Clan was extremely miserable. At that time, although Yu Shirjie and the others managed to escape back to their clan, they were attacked by the people from the Fiend Planet. No matter how they explain it, the Demon Palace's people didn't listen to him at all. After all, their young master had died. Even if it wasn't done by the Rain Clan, they didn't care anymore. They wanted to kill until the hatred in their hearts disappeared. At that time, the Rain Clan had suffered heavy losses. They suffered heavy losses, but they quickly adjusted themselves and counterattacked with the help of their clan's formations. At the same time, the people from the Spirit Sealing Star also came to help. After all, Di Ling was with him at that time, so he was also determined to be the murderer. The people from the Fiend Star also launched an attack. The Spirit Sealing Star and the Rain Clan joined hands to resist. In these 4 years, many great battles had taken place. Of course, the Rain Clan had always been at a disadvantage, being completely suppressed. Not long ago, the Rain Clan had acted recklessly by launching a sneak attack on the experts of the Devil Palace, causing the Devil Palace to lose 2 minor saints. This completely enraged the Fiend Palace. Currently, the Fiend Palace was mobilizing a large number of experts to proceed toward the Rain Clan again. They were planning to completely eliminate the Rain Clan. The Rain Clan was truly reckless. They actually dared to launch a sneak attack. The Crimson Dragon sneered after hearing that. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Demon Palace was going to launch an all-out attack this time. Let's go and take a look as well. Who knows, we might be able to personally witness the destruction of the Rain Clan. Okay, let's go. The Crimson Dragon was also interested. Actually, it wasn't just the two of them. Everyone on the Fiend Planet was very excited. Many people were preparing to go. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were among them. The Bewilderment Fog ship set off towards the Rain Clan. Lin Xian and Lin Xian asked for a palace and sat down cross-legged. They entered the Black Earth and came to visit the Northern Demon. At this moment, the North Demon had almost fully recovered. His complexion was much better than before. However, he was still at the first heavenly layer. Right now they were lagging behind. However, the Northern Demon was not discouraged. Instead, he was indifferent. After all, he was someone who had experienced life and death. Moreover, he had now defeated Black Mountain as his master. He knew that Black Mountain was a great saint. With the guidance of such a master, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon would also ask Black Mountain some difficult questions about martial arts from time to time. Black Mountain was able to give them answers. Moreover, Black Mountain was an expert in formations. He was proficient in many ancient formations. Their attainments in spirit formations were also constantly improving. In short, having a great sage to help them solve their doubts was even better than being a personal disciple of a sage king. From the Fiend Star to the Rain Clan, it would take some time. Lin Xian and the others used this time to consolidate their cultivation. On this day, the speed of the Bewilderment Fog ship suddenly slowed down and even stopped. This caused the people on the ship to be in an uproar. What happened? Crimson Shinong's little face also darkened. Damn, I can't be that unlucky, right? He had been on the Bewilderment Fog ship twice. The first time he was captured and worked as a coolie for several years. Now he actually encountered another accident. Lin Xian also stood up. He said, "Don't be afraid. The death fog can no longer threaten me. I can take you away immediately." Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was relieved. As for the others on the bewilderment fog ship, they were puzzled. They asked one after another. Soon, they found that someone was blocking their way. "Damn, who is it?" The people on the ship were all stunned. They came from the Fiend Star. Usually they were the ones who robbed others. Who dared to rob them? One should know that the people on the ship were all ruthless people like devil kings. The captain was a minor saint from the Fiend Star. At this moment he was also angry. His face was gloomy and cold, and he wanted to attack. However, when he saw who it was, his face changed, and he stopped the bewilderment fog ship. "I wonder why young Master Fu is blocking our ship?" the captain of the bewilderment fog ship asked. There was a small spirit ship in front of them, and there were two people standing on it. The two of them were dressed in white robes. The one standing in front was handsome, like a god who had descended to the mortal world. The person standing next to him had a pale face with a trace of coldness. The two of them were from Peerless City. The one in front was Fu Hongye, and the one behind him was Ghostly. Ghostly stood up and said loudly when he heard the other party's question, "We're from Peerless City. We have something to ask you on this trip to the Fiend Star. Open the formation and let us go up." "What? People from Peerless City?" Hearing this, the expressions of the people on the ship changed, and the captain's eyes flickered. Why did the people of Peerless City stop them? That was a sacred city. They had never provoked them before. These people discussed animatedly. Of course, there were also people who said, "Have you forgotten? The third-generation chief disciple of Peerless City, Lin Wudi, died on the Fiend Star 4 years ago. Do you think Peerless City will let it go?" As soon as these words came out, everyone remembered. Indeed, Lin Wudi was so dazzling that day that he could contend with the veteran geniuses of other sacred cities. But in the end, he died in the Fiend Star. It was said that his corpse was destroyed, and in the mansion he was in, 10 minor saints had died. It was such a shocking thing that it was still fresh in everyone's mind. It seemed that the people of Peerless City were here to take revenge. However, the number of people they sent was too little. There were only 2 of them. How could they take revenge? He didn't even know who had killed Lin Wudi. Young Master Fu, although we're also from the Fiend Star, we don't know what happened at that time. So please let us go. The captain was very careful. After all, Fu Hongye was an extremely terrifying expert. Fu Hongye stood there and didn't say anything. Ghostly, who was next to him, said, "Don't be afraid. I'm Ghostly. I won't harm you. Don't you believe me?" "What? Ghostly?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Ghostly was also a top genius on the Fiend Star. It could be said that he was known by everyone. However, he left later to participate in the assessment of Peerless City. Now, it seemed that he had indeed become a disciple of Peerless City. Since Ghostly was here, the captain of the bewilderment fog ship heaved a sigh of relief. They opened the formation. Fu Hongye and Ghostly came to the ship. Fu Hongye stood on the bewilderment fog ship and looked around. His voice came out. "My junior brother, Lin Xian, went missing on the Fiend Star 4 years ago. Rumor has it that he was killed. Now, I'm here on the order of Sacred City to investigate. If anyone has any clues, you can tell me. Of course, as long as the news is true, my Peerless City will not mistreat you. And if anyone dares to participate in the murder of my junior brother, my Peerless City will never let them go." Speaking until here, his body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The faces of those minor saints changed. Chapter 3768. Heavens, this Fu Hongye is too strong. Perhaps even the veteran little saints, like us, are no match for her. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Among the crowd, Lin Xian looked at this scene and felt warm in his heart. It has been 4 years. It seems like the sacred city did not forget about him and sent people to investigate. Although there were only a few people, Lin Xian knew that Fu Hongye alone was comparable to thousands of soldiers and horses. "Kid, they're here for you." And Hong heaved a sigh of relief. "Great, they're not here to rob the ship." After the initial panic, some of the people on the ship began to provide information. Of course, it was all insignificant information. Some of them even dared to fabricate information in order to get a high reward. Some of them were so ridiculous that the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard it. "Please, the person involved is still here. Don't spread rumors." Lin Xian had no choice but to walk out. Otherwise, these people would go crazy. Of course, he also knew the consequences of walking out. It would definitely shock the world. Fu Hongye stood there, listening to the information one by one, expressionless. The corner of Ghost Li's mouth twitched. Damn, these people are too unreliable. It sounded so fake to him. When these people wanted to get their reward, Fu Hongye said that he would give it to them after the information was verified. These people were helpless. They did not dare to snatch it from him, nor did they dare to refute. They could only wait at the side and see if there were other opportunities. At this moment, another two people walked over from the crowd. One of them had an aura that was constantly changing, and his face was also constantly changing. When he walked to the front, he finally revealed his true appearance. "Senior brother, I'm here." As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned and looked over. At the next moment, some people were confused and some screamed. "Damn, why is it him?" Some people had seen Lin Xian in the evil demon city. When they saw Lin Xian, they screamed again. Some people who didn't know what was going on sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. "What did you say?" "You said that the kid who died looked exactly like him." "What the F***CK? Is this guy trying to scam me?" "Damn it, we only provided some fake information. And he actually dared to turn into a real person to swindle us. Was he not afraid of being slapped to death by the people of the holy city?" This is truly a senior expert, a role model for my entire life. Many people on the fiend planet worshipped him in their hearts. Look at him. He was a professional liar. Ghostly was also stunned. What was going on? Didn't they say that the 10 saints had descended? Lin Xian had already died in that battle. How could he still appear now? This was too King unreliable. Only Fu Hongye's eyes flickered as his lips curled upward into a smile. "Senior brother, this?" Ghostly looked at Fu Hongye, not knowing what to say. Fu Hongye glanced at him and said, "What? You don't believe him? Then you can try it yourself." "Okay." When Ghostly heard this, he stood up. He looked ahead and said, "Kid, you're lying to your ancestors. Get lost. If you dare to give me false information again, I'll kill you." Ghost Li's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. "5th layer of heaven!" Many people exclaimed. Ghost Li was only a 4th layer of heaven back then. Now, he had entered the 5th layer of heaven. It seemed that he had surpassed Lin Xian, also narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you broke through? Looks like you've improved a lot in the past few years. But you're still not my opponent now. Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me test your skills." Ghost Li's eyes flashed with anger. How dare a 4th layer of heaven look down on him? He roared, and his aura erupted as he struck out a ghost seal. It was a black jade seal with 4 ghost heads circling around it. There was even blood dripping from it. It had a monstrous aura. Ghost Sky Seal. Ghost Li's unique skill was extremely terrifying. When this skill was used, everyone on the ship screamed. Ghostly had become much stronger than before. Yes, there were very few people who could be his opponent now, right? There were not many in the 5th layer of heaven. This was already enough to fight against Shuiwei, Lei Chong, and the others. Was this the change after entering the holy city? It was really too big. Countless people were envious. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. He slapped out with his palm and caught the black ghost jade seal in his hand. Then he crushed it into pieces. The black law that filled the sky flowed in his hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. His arm shook lightly, and a terrifying force rushed out, forcing Ghostly to retreat. Ghostly's blood and chi rolled, and then his hair stood on end. Damn, who is this person? His strength was actually so strong. He was one realm lower than him, but he could easily force him to retreat. Your strength is not bad, but you're still not my opponent. I think you shouldn't make any more moves. Otherwise, it'll be the same as the second round. I'll easily throw you out. When these words came out, Ghostly's face became incomparably ugly. How did you know? Could it be that it's really you? Not many people knew how miserable he was in the second round. Even if they knew, they wouldn't know the details. However, the other party said it out loud. This meant that the other party was indeed that person. That person was still alive. How could it be? 10 minor saints descended, and he actually survived? Junior brother, welcome back. Fu Hongye stood up with a smile on the corner of her mouth. As for the others on the ship, they were all stunned. What was going on? Was this person really Lin Wuti? Heavens, didn't he die 4 years ago? Why was he still alive now? Could it be that he didn't die all this time? Thinking of this possibility, their scalps were about to explode. What did this mean? This meant that 10 minor saints descended that day, but they didn't kill him. And the 10 minor saints were all dead. What happened during this period? They didn't dare to imagine. However, no matter what, this news was really too shocking. They knew that it would probably sweep through the second astral realm, causing a huge commotion, no less than the war between the Demon Palace and the Rain Clan. The captain almost knelt down. Damn, there was such a hidden genius on their ship, and they didn't even know about it. Junior brother, let's go. Fu Hongye said. Lin Xian nodded, then pointed at the Crimson Dragon. This is my friend. Fu Hongye glanced at Rizalong, revealing a hint of surprise. What a powerful aura. This should be the power of bloodline, right? To be honest, she was very shocked because she had never seen anyone with such a powerful bloodline power. Ghostly also felt it, and his hair stood on end. He felt that his bloodline and soul were about to be suppressed. Damn, why did this kid have such a terrifying friend next to him? He looked at Lin Xian with a hint of fear. Since they were friends, then let's go together. Next, the 4 of them left the bewilderment fog ship. They sat on a small spirit ship and quickly shuttled through the void ocean. After they left, the entire bewilderment fog hidden was completely stunned. Chapter 3769. Oh my god, Lin Wuti really didn't die. The news quickly spread out. In just a short while, the entire second astral realm knew about it. Have you heard? Lin Wuti is alive again. Alive again. He's not dead at all. It's too unbelievable. 10 minor saints came to his mansion that day, and all of them died. How did he survive? Could it be that he's fishing in troubled waters? Some people disdained. What do you know? Surviving under the hands of 10 minor saints? Even if he's fishing in troubled waters, it's still heaven-defying. Some people were unconvinced. Of course, some people guessed that those were 10 minor saints. Could it be that he's the one who killed all of them? Everyone gasped, not daring to think about it anymore. The more they thought about it, the more ridiculous it was. They didn't know the real reason, but Lin Wuti's strength and mysteriousness were deeply rooted in their hearts. This news caused a huge commotion in the second astral realm. On the Fiend planet, the people of the Silver Palace were shocked. White Snake was overjoyed. Lin Gongzi really didn't die. As for the people of the Thunder God City and the Demon City, their faces changed drastically. That kid is still alive? How is that possible? Among them, Lei Chong, Shui Yu, White-Eyed Demon Saint, and the others looked even more ferocious. So what if he's still alive? When they see him this time, they will definitely kill him personally. Lei Chong's eyes were filled with killing intent. The people of the Demon City were also gnashing their teeth. Not only these old rivals, but even the other saint cities and geniuses had their eyes on Lin Xian. because they felt that this person was too strange. He had unlimited potential and was likely to be a peerless enemy in the future. Some people even decided to eliminate this threat in advance. At this moment, Lin Xian and Fu Hongya were shuttling quickly in the spiritual boat. "Senior brother, I don't want to return to Wushuang City for the time being. I still have a place to go." "Where are you going?" Fu Hongya asked. Lin Xian said, "I'm going to the Rain Clan to settle some grudges. That place isn't peaceful recently. Be careful." "Don't worry, senior brother. I'll be careful." "That's good. I'm not worried about your strength." Fu Hongya said, "If you encounter anything outside, just tell the Saint City. The disciples of Wushuang City will not be bullied outside." These words were spoken in a domineering manner. Of course, they also knew that Fu Hongya had the right to say that. Peerless City was the Saint City and could definitely protect them. "Don't worry if senior brother is in danger. I will definitely go to the Holy City." "You brat! I thought that I would be able to give junior sister Shen an explanation when I return this time around. But now, it seems like I'll have to make junior sister Shen wait for a while." "Chewa?" Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He hadn't seen him for a long time. Fu Hongya said, "Of course it's junior marshal sister Shen. She's very worried about your safety, and this time she's even clamoring to buy it. Senior brother Fu, help me tell Chiao Chiao, or to wait patiently. I'm not in any danger. Don't worry, I'll help you pass the message." Fu Hongya nodded. Then he said, "Junior brother, I don't know how long you'll be outside, so I'll tell you in advance. In 3 years, you must return to the Holy City. If you can't, then go to planet Tianming by yourself. Remember, you must go. The destined star only opens once every 500 years. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another 500 years. Destined star? What was that place? Was it important?" Lin Xian was surprised. It was very important. Fu Hongya's expression was solemn. It could be said that it was another training ground. The treasures inside were far beyond imagination. More importantly, he would be able to find his destiny there. This was related to his future path of martial arts, especially those who wanted to walk the path of Great Emperor. They would all go there. It was so important. Lin Xian was shocked. Would senior brother also go there? Fu Hongya shook his head. "I've already gone there last time, so I don't need to go again. I've already found my destiny." "All right, senior brother, I know. I'll definitely go to planet Tianming." After a few more days, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon bade farewell to Fu Hongya and left the spirit boat. They took the Black Earth and changed their direction. They didn't return to Wushuang City, but to the Rain Clan. Lin Xian wanted to see the destruction of the Rain Clan with his own eyes. At this moment, the Rain Clan's situation was really terrible. It could be said that the slightest sound and the atmosphere was very tense, because a war could break out at any time. In planet Dual Rain, other than the Rain Clan's own people, the other warriors had already retreated. However, they didn't go too far. Instead, they built a city in the nearby star field. There were a total of 9 huge cities. These were all space cities. Some of them were built very early, and there were countless experts and families in them. Each space city had its own name. Of course, the people who came later found it troublesome and gave it a number according to the year of its construction. The earlier it was called Space City Number 1, and the later it was called the bigger the number. There were a total of 9 space cities, from Space City Number 1 to Space City Number 9. Lin Xian and the others arrived at Space City Number 7. Apart from not being built on land, there wasn't much difference between a space city and a huge city in other worlds. Moreover, in a space city, one could look up at the starry sky and feel the vastness of the universe. It could be said that it was a great spectacle. After arriving at Space City Number 7, Lin Xian discovered that there were people talking about him. However, most of them were talking about the Rain Clan and the Fiend Palace. It seemed that the battle here was the most important. Lin Xian found out that the Rain Clan's situation wasn't good. Although they had joined hands with the Spirit Sealing Star to resist together, they were still unable to escape. They couldn't escape the fate of being suppressed. Moreover, half a year ago, the Rain clan's sudden sneak attack had thoroughly angered the Fiend Palace. This time, there would be a large number of experts coming. At that time, it would probably be a battle to the death. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were in disguise. Otherwise, if someone recognized them, there would probably be another great disturbance. The two of them stayed in Space City number 7, waiting for the final battle. On this day, they were strolling in space and watching the starry sky. Suddenly, a flood erupted on the street. Countless people screamed and dodged one after another. In the distance, a black torrent was rushing over. It was one black tiger after another. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their bodies were huge, and their killing intent was overflowing. Similarly, there were figures sitting on the black tigers. They wore black armor and held swords and spears in their hands. Their killing intent was awe-inspiring. They were simply like gods and demons, rampaging through everything. Anyone who tried to block them was killed with a single slash. Everyone dodged far away. Those who didn't manage to dodge in time were killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were killed on the spot. Their blood dyed the void red. For a time, only Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were left on the street. Damn, why aren't there many of them? Are they looking to die? They're probably just 2 hotheads. Don't worry about them. There were also some people who came to watch the show. These were demon generals of the Mad Demon Barracks. If they didn't dodge, they would die. As expected, the group of experts riding the black tigers didn't make way for Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. One of them roared and stabbed out with the spear in his hand. It carried an extremely terrifying killing intent and overflowing laws. Chapter 3770. Lin Xian and Black Dragon King stopped, turned their heads and frowned. They had to die just because they didn't make way for the other party on the street. These people were really arrogant. However, could the other party kill them? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out his big hand, grabbed the black spear and broke it in half. The Crimson Dragon was even more direct. It slapped the black-armored powerhouse into pieces. Boom! A sonorous sound was heard, and a bloody mist filled the air. Everyone screamed, and the tiger's roar resounded through the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The other party actually killed a demon general. Who were they? How could they be so audacious? Moreover, the strength of these 2 people was also very strong. Everyone was stunned. Those powerful people and Black Tiger also stopped one after another. Every one of them had an unfriendly expression. How dare they kill our people? Kill them! Many people pulled out their swords, and their killing intent was shocking. The entire space city shook. The leader of the group, a mighty man, said, "Military orders must be obeyed. Time is almost up. We can't delay any longer. Let's seal them with the demon sealing seal first. When our mission is completed, it won't be too late to come back and kill them." As he spoke, he let out a roar and led his team into the sky. In the team, one of them took out a black flag and kept waving it, turning it into endless laws. It swept towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, forming 2 huge seals that wrapped them up. "Humph, how dare you provoke us? Just wait for your death." That person also turned around and left. Soon, the people of the Demon Sealing Squad disappeared from the 7th Space City. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon as if they were dead. They shook their heads, sighed, and prepared to leave. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. They dared to seal them and come back to kill them? These people were really bold. Humph, it was just a seal. How could it trap Ben Huang? The dark red divine dragon let out a dragon roar and shattered the seal. On the other side, countless cracks appeared on the seal on Lin Xian's body. Then, like glass, it shattered all over the ground. The 2 of them walked out of the seal in an instant. How could this be? The surrounding people were initially disdainful, but when they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. This was the seal of the demon sealing camp. How powerful was it? How did he get out? Could it be that these two people were very powerful? Lin Xian asked a passerby, "Brother, may I ask who you were just now?" That pedestrian was also a saint. Looking at Lin Xian, he was trembling a little. He bit the bullet and said, "Don't you know?" Who were the members of the Demon Sealing Camp. The Demon Sealing Battalion was a powerful troop on Spirit Sealing Planet. They were here to collect resources. Because the Sealing Spirit Star and the Rain Clan had joined hands to fight against the Fiend Palace, they would plunder resources from the nearby space cities to prepare for the battle. The other families were very cooperative. However, the Ghostwood family of the 5th space city had resisted before. Some people in the family had even injured the Demon Sealing Battalion's members. Therefore, this time, the Demon Sealing Battalion was dispatched to besiege the Ghostwood family. The Ghostwood family of the 5th space city? Lin Xian nodded and looked into the distance. He said, "Rizalong, let's go." The two figures flashed and rushed over. Since these people were going to kill him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. The two of them could just kill them. The Ghostwood family of the 5th space city. At this moment, the members of the Ghostwood family were extremely frightened. They didn't expect that the Demon Sealing Battalion would mobilize to deal with them. What about the family head? Were they really going to give everything to them? They were unwilling. The members of the Ghostwood family gritted their teeth. Because this time, the other party was plundering their resources. They were even plundering a section of the Ghostwood willow left by their old ancestor. Not only that, they even asked them to prepare 10 young girls for the sacrifice. At first, they didn't agree, because that section of the Ghostwood willow was very precious. Even they couldn't bear to use it. They usually worshipped it as if it was their ancestor. Now that it was going to be taken by the other party, how could they be willing? But after a few confrontations, they were in despair, because the Demon Sealing Battalion was too powerful. And this was only the Demon Sealing Battalion. Behind the Demon Sealing Battalion stood the Spirit Sealing Star. How could their clan possibly contend against such a colossus? Therefore, they were in despair. They were prepared to compromise. 10 young boys and girls were prepared. All the resources they needed were also present. They were also prepared to hand over the Ghostwood willow. There were even 2 men who were imprisoned by them. These 2 were the ones who fought against the demon general. Of course, there were 3 of them. One of them escaped. However, they couldn't care less. They decided to betray these people in exchange for the safety of their family. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. A murderous aura filled the air. The members of the Ghostwood family were extremely nervous. They knew that the Demon Sealing Battalion was here. Sure enough, the people of 5th Space City were also in an uproar. Countless black tigers descended from the sky. There were powerful demon generals on them. They charged towards the Ghostwood family. In an instant, the Ghostwood family was surrounded. These people were emitting a murderous aura. However, they didn't move. It seemed like they were waiting for a signal. After a while, another black tiger appeared in the sky. This black tiger was 300 meters long. It was very huge. A figure stood on it. It was a man in black armor. His armor was even more majestic and extraordinary. "Greetings, Demon Flame General." Below, the people of the Demon Sealing Battalion all got off their black tigers and bowed, respectfully. Their loud and clear voices pierced the 9 heavens. The people of 5th Space City were in an uproar. Demon Flame General. Could it be the famous genius Demon Flame of the Spirit Sealing Star? Changtianya, he actually came personally. It was rumored that not only was he extremely talented and powerful, but he also controlled the Demon Sealing Battalion. It could be said that his authority was monstrous. Such a person actually came in person. Above, the tall man nodded slightly. He looked at the villa below, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. They could begin. Yes. The leader of the demon generals heard the order and nodded. Then he waved his hand. Attack! As his voice fell, the surrounding demon generals emitted a powerful aura. At the same time, the black tigers under their feet kept roaring. A black energy spread in all directions. The entire Ghostwood family was severely damaged. The defensive formation was torn apart in an instant. The earth cracked and the void shattered. It was a scene of apocalypse. Inside, the voice of the Ghostwood family's leader came out. "Don't attack. We surrender. We are willing to offer the black ghost willow." "Very good." Above, Demon Flame heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. The demon generals below waved their hands and stopped attacking. Instantly, all the demon generals stopped attacking. Their eyes flickered as they looked forward. In the ruins ahead, the members of the Ghostwood family all walked out. Chapter 3771. The Ghostwood family is willing to surrender and hand over all our resources. Please spare our lives, young Master Devil Flame. As soon as he said that, the onlookers were in an uproar. The Ghostwood family actually bowed their heads. The Ghostwood family was an overlord in the Space City. Even so, they still had to bow their heads. One could imagine how powerful young Master Devil Flame and the Demon Sealing Camp were. Above them, young Master Devil Flame landed with a cold smile on his face. "Wouldn't it have been over if you had done this earlier? You even dared to resist and kill my demon general. I have to say, you Ghostwood family are really daring." As soon as he said that, the people of the Ghostwood family trembled and broke out in cold sweat. The family leader's face changed drastically. He said, "Don't worry, young master. We've already captured the two who killed the demon generals. Men, bring them out." The patriarch of the clan spoke, and soon 2 young men were brought in. "Kneel down." They held the 2 young men down. The 2 young men were surrounded by law vines that bound their bodies. They couldn't break free at all. Young Master Devil Flame can do whatever he wants to them. We won't interfere. At the same time, he waved his hand, and 10 young boys and girls were brought out. The 10 boys and girls were huddled together with fear on their faces. They knew that their fates were going to be very miserable. The 10 young boys and girls were ready. The family leader of the Ghostwood family took out 5 storage rings and handed them over respectfully. "The resources are inside. Young master, please take a look." Then he took out a wooden box. The box was as long as a book. It was completely black. When it was opened, it was a branch. The black branch had countless strange Tao patterns on it. It was formed by the intertwining of the great Tao. Black Ghostwood Lumu. Young Master Devil Flame squinted his eyes and smiled. "Very good." He put away the storage rings and the black Ghostwood Lumu. Then he looked at the 2 young men kneeling on the ground. "You dare to kill my demon generals? You're courting death. Men, torture them well. But if you kill someone else, I'll torture them for hundreds of years." Behind him, the demon generals walked out. One of them smirked and stretched out a hand. That was a pitch-black hand. In an instant, that young man's body began to rot. His injuries were incomparably miserable. Another demon general poured out a worm from a black bottle. Those were all poisonous bugs, and they were abnormally terrifying. It entered the wound and began to gnaw at it. The miserable shriek of the young man made everyone's scalp go numb. "Ah!" The young man screamed and rolled on the ground. "Big brother," the other young man roared madly. "Damn it, damn it! Let us go if you have the guts, and I will fight you to the death," the young man roared. However, the members of the Ghostwood family all lowered their heads. Not a single person made a sound. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with them. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you." At this moment, another voice came from afar. A man wielding a long spear charged over. He charged towards young Master Devil Flame. Young Master Devil Flame sneered and waved his hand. Instantly, the area was enveloped and shattered the long spear. The man was also sent flying to the ground. "You dare to sneak attack our young master? Die early!" Those devil generals rushed up and directly pressed that man down. "Why are you here? Third brother, hurry up and run. Big brother, second brother, I won't leave you behind." If you want to die, we'll die together. Oh, you're really affectionate. But don't worry, I'll torture you properly. Young Master Devil Flame sneered. Damn it, I hate you so much. The new man was subdued. He looked at the Ghostwood family and roared. Are you going to abandon your family just like that? What's the point of living then? Shut up. The elder of the Ghostwood family shouted angrily. It's all your fault that our family is in such a predicament. How should we punish you? Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Devil Flame and apologize. It's all because of you that we're in trouble. Not only did these people not save us, but they even added insult to injury. The 3 youths were in despair, and so were the 10 virgins. They knew that their family had completely abandoned them. Those devil generals revealed sinister smiles. Young Master Devil Flame crossed his arms. Interesting. I like to torture people. Aren't they brothers very affectionate? Very well. I'll let them watch as their brothers are tortured until they wish they were dead. A devil general walked out with a black whip in his hand. He was about to start beating them. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar. You guys are really here. Who is it? Everyone was stunned. Are they here for the Ghostwood family or the Demon Sealing Camp? However, no matter who they were looking for, they dared to disturb young Master Devil Flame. Weren't they courting death? As expected, young Master Devil Flame frowned slightly. The expressions of the devil generals beside him changed. They instantly turned their heads. Hurry up and find out who it is. Who dares to meddle in our business? These people looked in all directions. Soon, they saw 2 figures walking over from afar. It's them. These devil generals were stunned. The people in the surrounding space city also saw them. They were 2 young men. They were puzzled. Who are these 2? They look so young. What are they doing here? The pupils of those devil generals constricted. How is this possible? How did you 2 come out? Weren't you sealed by us? They were really stunned. One had to know that ordinary saints couldn't break out of their seal. How did the other party come out? It's just a seal. What's there to be surprised about? Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Now that I'm here, let's see how you're going to kill me. The 2 people who came were Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The people in the surrounding Too-Fast City were the healers of the organization. Heavens, are they going against the Demon Sealing Camp? No way. Are these 2 people courting death? No matter how strong they are, how can they fight against the entire Demon Sealing Camp? And now, young Master Devil Flame is here too. What's going on? Young Master Devil Flame frowned. Who dares to provoke me? The devil general beside him immediately knelt on one knee. Young Master, please forgive us. We met a reckless person on the way and sealed him. We'll kill him after the matter here is over. He didn't expect the other party to break out of the seal and chase him here. Oh, is there such a reckless person? Young Master Devil Flame's interest was piqued. He turned to look at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Interesting. He temporarily stopped torturing the 3 young men and looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, because he felt that these 2 people could give him more pleasure. The devil general beside him said, Young Master, don't worry. We'll kill them now. We won't let them disturb you. No need. Young Master Devil Flame waved his hand. There's no need for you to do anything. Aren't there others? As he spoke, he glanced at the Ghostwood clan. Didn't your Ghostwood clan want to join me? Very well, I'll give you a chance. Show me the heads of these 2 people. As a military order, I'll accept you. Otherwise, I'll spare you from death. But you won't escape punishment. Chapter 3772. The Ghostwood clan's people trembled. They couldn't escape punishment. With young Master Devil Flame's methods, torturing them for hundreds of years and making them wish they were dead was a simple matter. They didn't want to live such a life, so the Ghostwood clan's people hurriedly said, Don't worry, young Master. We'll kill those 2 now. Hurry up. The Ghostwood clan's patriarch shouted angrily, Immediately, two figures walked out. They were two middle-aged men who were over 1,000 years old. Their auras were extremely powerful. After they walked out, they stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. You two don't know what's good for you. How dare you offend young Master Devil Flame? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death. Who are you? Are you from the Demon Sealing Camp? Lin Xian frowned and asked. The two middle-aged men snorted coldly. We're from the Ghostwood clan, and now we're under young Master Devil Flame's tutelage. If you dare to go against young Master Devil Flame, you're going against our Ghostwood clan. TSK, what did I think you were? So you're lackeys. The Crimson Dragon said disdainfully. Do you think we didn't see what happened before? We heard it from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Your Ghostwood clan is so cowardly that you betrayed your own people to prolong your feeble existence. Do you have the face to live in this world? Hurry up and go to hell. The Crimson Dragon's face was full of disdain. Lin Xian's face was also full of disdain. Such a clan was simply despicable. Now they were being used as tools and wanted to kill them? Such people really didn't need to live in this world. You're courting death. The two experts were completely enraged. With that, they roared and terrifying blades appeared in their hands. They slashed forward. Boom! Blade light flashed and law filled the air. This blade could split heaven and earth, and it enveloped Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted coldly and grabbed forward. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also grabbed forward. Boom! Boom! The two blades were shattered, and the law in the sky was torn apart. The two middle-aged men's bodies instantly exploded. Their souls were instantly killed. This scene shocked everyone. Damn it, how is this possible? How can these two be so strong? The corners of the Ghostwood clan's mouths twitched. Their faces were filled with shock. Even the demon generals were stunned. They knew that the other party had some strength, but the other party's strength was beyond their imagination. The people of Space City were equally shocked. It seemed like these were two young geniuses. However, there were also people who frowned. The two of them didn't know the difference between life and death. Did they think that just because they had a bit of strength and talent, they could contend against young Noble Devil Flame? Could he contend against so many demon generals? That's right, no matter how strong they were, it would be difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. With several dozen demon generals attacking together, the other party would definitely be hard-pressed to escape. Those demon generals were enraged. They wanted to attack, but without young Noble Devil Flame's order, they didn't dare to. Young Master Amo Yen looked at this scene expressionlessly. He looked at the Ghostwood clan and said indifferently, Your Ghostwood clan is pitifully weak. You can't even kill two youngsters. Then what do I need you for? At the end, his voice was filled with merciless coldness. Young Master, please spare my life. We will kill him now. The face of the Ghostwood clan's patriarch turned extremely ugly. Go and kill them, he said to the two elders. This time, it was the two sage elders who stepped forward. They were stronger than the middle-aged man and had rich combat experience. This time, they should be able to kill the other party, right? You two brats, prepare to die. The two minor saints walked out with bloodshot eyes. They had to kill the other party. Lin Xian was also angry. They didn't know the difference between life and death. They kept trying to kill us. Do they really think that I'm that easy to kill? With a single punch, he instantly blasted the two elders apart. At the same time, he reached out his hand and grabbed their souls. He killed them with his gaze. In just a blink of an eye, the two powerful elders were killed. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The people of the Ghostwood clan almost peed in their pants. This method was too strong. The Crimson Dragon let out a roar and spat out a terrifying dragon flame from its mouth. It covered many people of the Ghostwood clan. Those people were hovering between life and death. Humph, do you really think that Ben Huang is that easy to bully? Try again. Powerful, incomparably powerful. Everyone was stunned. Where the hell did these two young geniuses come from? Are they really that powerful? The people of the Ghostwood clan didn't dare to attack anymore. The Devil Flame, young master's face darkened. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Well, I've been bored recently. I'll take you two as my prey. You two are quite strong. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me. Then become my slaves, and I'll allow you to join the demon sealing camp. Become a demon general. From now on, acknowledge me as your master and work for me. You too can live. What do you think? You think you can do it? The Crimson Dragon was disdainful. Ben Huang didn't even want you as his human pet. How dare you ask Ben Huang to kneel down? Do you know that you're playing with fire? Kid, believe it or not, Ben Huang will kill you with one slap. The Crimson Dragon was completely enraged. Lin Xian sneered. Trash, like you don't deserve to talk to us. Everyone was stunned. Why did they feel that these two were even more arrogant than young Master Devil Flame? Young Master Devil Flame was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, you're courting death. He roared and waved his sleeve. Instantly it covered the sky. This was called the demonic cloud sleeve. It was extremely terrifying. The sleeve could cover the universe and refine everything. This was a type of ultimate divine ability. In an instant, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were covered. Then the two of them were put away. Young Master Devil Flame sneered. Stupid idiots. The surrounding demon generals laughed. Of course, no matter how strong these two were, how could they be compared to young Master Devil Flame? The people of the Ghostwood clan were even more shocked when they saw this. Those two powerful young men were instantly subdued by the Devil Flame young noble. This was truly a shocking feat, therefore. In the next moment, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Young Master Devil Flame ruled the universe for thousands of years. Ha! Young Master Devil Flame looked up to the sky and laughed. Go against me? Cultivate for another 500 years. Boom! Suddenly his sleeve opened. The violent energy made him vomit blood and fly backward. Two figures rushed out. One of them grabbed one of his arms. Crack! Then he yanked both of his arms off. What demonic cloud sleeve? You want to trap us with a broken sleeve? The Crimson Dragon was disdainful. Lin Xian sneered. You dare to call yourself a genius with this ability? You're pitifully weak. How is this possible? The demon general's eyes almost popped out. Their young master. He was injured. The people of the Ghostwood clan, kneeling on the ground, were even more dumbfounded. They almost fainted. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. Young Master Devil Flame was injured. The demonic cloud sleeve was broken. Chapter 3773. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? I'll tear you into pieces. Kill him. Young Master Demonic Face retreated while growing two new arms. He roared crazily. Suddenly, the eyes of the 49 demon generals turned red. Kill! With a roar, they drew their swords and sabers and charged towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Oh no! The people of the Ghostwood family retreated frantically in fear. The onlookers in the distance also sighed. It's over. These two young men are really in danger. Yes, no matter how strong they are, the 49 demon generals can wipe out an entire world. Who can stop them? That was indeed the case. The strength of the demon sealing camp was achieved through bloodshed. There was once a world that refused to accept it. In the end, the 49 demon generals attacked and wiped out that world, turning it into a hell on earth. From then on, no one dared to go against the demon sealing camp. Now, it would be a piece of cake for this world-dominating demon general to kill two young people. Rizalong, kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Lin Xian said. The laws on his body condensed, forming a sort of laws that slashed in all directions. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also said. He had long been unable to hold back. Although he did not transform into his true form, his every move carried great power. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, rampaging. Boom! One of the demon generals was very fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. The armor on his body shone brightly, and the long spear in his hand was incomparably monstrous. However, before the long spear stabbed down, his body was split into two halves. Lin Xian's sword fell and killed the other party. Then he opened and closed, and all the demon generals who were close to him were all swept away. Either it would be torn apart, or it would be split in half. In short, he killed a demon general with a sword. No one could survive. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was the same. His palm was even more terrifying than the claws of the Tyrannosaurus. With one strike, he turned someone into a bloody mist. Impossible! How could they be so strong? A demon general had a face full of horror. He was the demon general who had sealed the two of them. Before this, he had looked down on them, thinking that they could easily kill them. In fact, they had even decided to properly torture him to death. But now the other party was like a killing god. Killing them was no different from killing ants. Damn it, who are you? Who the hell are you? The leader of the other demon general also roared crazily. Wasn't this too terrifying? They had never seen a young man from any clan that was so strong. They had kicked an iron plate this time. Just like that, the two of them crushed the 49 demon generals mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, all 49 demon generals were killed by them. The corpse fell to the ground, and saint blood surged in the air, making whistling sounds. After all, this was the blood of the devil saint. How terrifying was that? There was no way the heavens and earth could withstand it. The people in the surrounding space city were stunned. They were dead. 49 demon generals were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The people of the Ghostwood clan fainted from fright. Before this, they dared to fight with such an existence. They were simply courting death. In fact, even young Master Devilflame was stunned and stood there in a daze. Lin Xian kept his sword of law. The Crimson Dragon looked at him with disdain. What kind of demon generals are they? They're pitifully weak. They're not much stronger than ants. How dare they be so arrogant in front of us? Now it's your turn. Lin Xian looked at young Master Devilflame. Young Master Devilflame's body trembled. The others were also in an uproar. Are they going to attack young Master Devilflame? Young Master Devilflame screamed in horror. You can't fight with me. Do you know who I am? I'm a prince of the Maqian Empire. You're dead if you touch me. My father is the Chaotic Heaven Demon King. If you dare to touch me, my father will never let you go. What? Young Master Devilflame had such an identity? Everyone was in an uproar. The Chaotic Heaven Demon King was an extremely terrifying expert in the spirit sealing star. He was a true minor saint with monstrous strength. If young Master Devilflame was killed, the Chaotic Heaven Demon King would never forgive him. After young Master Devilflame finished speaking, he looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha, kid, are you afraid now? Let me go now and apologize to me. Otherwise, when my father comes, none of you will be able to live. Live your ass." The Crimson Dragon kicked out. Instantly, young Master Devilflame vomited blood and flew backward. Half of his body was smashed. Lin Xian followed up and stomped his head into the mud. "You still dare to threaten us? It seems like you don't know the truth." "No. Damn it. How dare you treat me like this?" Young Master Devilflame screamed crazily. His mouth was full of mud. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. "My father is the Chaotic Heaven Demon King. He's a minor saint. Do you know what a minor saint is? He was simply crazy. Are these two really not afraid of anything? Humph. So what if you're a minor saint? It's not like I haven't killed one before." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He exerted force with his foot, and the head of young Master Devilflame cracked open. Young Master Devilflame almost fainted. The surrounding people were also terrified. These two were too strong. They were simply peerless, ruthless. Big brother, I was wrong. I want to apologize to you. Let's shake hands and make peace, okay? Seeing that his threat failed, young Master Devil Flame immediately changed his strategy. He didn't want to die. He had a noble status and great talent. Countless good days were waiting for him in the future. He didn't want to be killed by these two lunatics. It was better to beg for mercy and admit defeat now. When he returned, he would definitely mobilize the Maqian Empire's army to kill them. Oh, apologize and admit defeat? When Lin Xian heard this, he loosened his grip and wrapped his arms around himself. He nodded slightly. I accept your apology. Hearing this, young Master Devil Flame heaved a sigh of relief. The others also said, that's right. How dare they not give face to a minor saint? It seemed that these two weren't hotheads. Perhaps they were just trying to scare young Master Devil Flame. Young Master Devil Flame also heaved a sigh of relief. All right, what do you want? Cultivation methods, secret manuals, treasures, beauties. I can get them all for you. Although he was flattering them, he was laughing coldly in his heart. Damn it, just you wait. When I return to the Spirit Sealing Star, I will definitely bring my men and kill you. We don't want anything. We just want you to apologize with your death. Hurry up and do it. Lin Xian said indifferently. His words were like a clap of thunder, stunning everyone. Apologize with his death? Isn't that the same as killing them? Oh heavens, they thought these two were afraid. Who would have thought that they were just toying with young Master Devil Flame? Young Master Devil Flame also reacted. He was so angry that his body trembled. Damn it, how dare you trick me? What's the difference between committing suicide and being killed? It's even more humiliating. We're just toying with you. What can you do? Dark Hong Shenglong sneered. Chapter 3774. Lin Xian also said, Don't you like to control the life and death of others? Why do you feel like this now? Do you know how it feels? Damn it. Young Master Devil Flame roared. Suddenly he opened his mouth and spat out a black sword toward Lin Xian. At the same time he turned around and fled. At this moment his bloodline was burning. His speed was extremely fast. He tore through the void and disappeared. Clang! Lin Xian used 2 fingers to pinch the flying sword. Then he exerted force in his palm and crushed the flying sword into scrap metal. He threw it on the ground. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed out. When he returned, he brought young Master Devil Flame back. Young Master Devil Flame had gone crazy. How could it be? His sudden sneak attack didn't even hurt him. Moreover, he was caught by the other party. Little thing, you don't know what's good for you. How dare you plot against us? The Crimson Dragon attacked and used all kinds of dirty tricks to beat young Master Devil Flame into a miserable state. In the end, Lin Xian chopped off his head and extinguished his soul. The headless body fell down. Young Master Devil Flame's soul was destroyed. The Crimson Dragon went forward to see if there were any good things. He directly took the storage ring of the other party and then smiled happily. Damn, so many good things. Young Master Devil Flame had more than 10 storage rings in his hand. Each of them contained shocking treasures. It seemed that these were the treasures that he had plundered from many space cities and families. At this moment, they were all in the hands of young Master Devil Flame. Haha, I'm rich. The Crimson Dragon didn't open his eyes and smile. Lin Xian was also surprised. He found a box from within. It was quite extraordinary, and even Black Mountain was alarmed. Black Mountain said, Damn, kid, let me see what this is. He rushed out and grabbed the box. After opening it, he laughed loudly. Black Ghost Willow, there's actually such a thing. Great, this thing is useful to me. I'll take it. Then he went back into the black earth again. Seeing this, the people of the Ghostwood family opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but they didn't dare to in the end, although the black ghost willow tree was theirs Did they dare to take it now? Furthermore, they had obeyed young Master Demon Face's orders to kill the other party. Would the other party take revenge on them now? Moreover, even if he didn't kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to survive. Young Noble Devil Flame had died in their home. What would the Devil Sky Empire think? Would the people of the Heaven Mixing Prefecture spare them? Any random expert would be able to kill them in an instant, right? The surrounding people were also completely stupefied. Young Master Devil Flame had actually died. His body and soul had been completely destroyed. They knew that a major earthquake was coming. The Chaotic Heaven Prefecture would never spare them. Therefore, the two of them had better run away. However, to their surprise, the other party did not run away. Lin Xian and Li Mu sat down cross-legged and began to check the treasures in their storage rings. Haha, what a great harvest! I heard that the person who died had an extraordinary identity. Someone will come for revenge. Kid, why don't we wait for the rabbit to come out of the tree stump? I have the same idea. After all, they are from the Spirit Sealing Star. They are our enemies. There is no need to show mercy to them. Lin Xian nodded. The others were stunned. What were the two of them doing? Were they waiting for the Chaotic Heaven Demon King to come personally? They were all crazy. The people of the Ghostwood family were even more so. They knelt there, not knowing what to do. As for the three young people, they broke free from their shackles. They came to Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon together with 10 boys and girls. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Thank you for saving our lives. The Crimson Dragon glanced at them and waved his hand, saying, Don't thank us. We didn't plan to save you. We just came to kill these demon generals for revenge. I know that we are insignificant in the eyes of our benefactor, like dust. However, our benefactor's careless action has saved us. We will definitely repay you. Lin Xian said, Get up. You are kind people. It's just that these people from the crazy demon camp are too cruel. After killing them this time, you won't be in any danger in the future. Benefactor, you'd better leave quickly. Young Master Devil Flame was from the younger generation. He was from the Chaotic Heaven Manor. His father was a small saint. If the news spread, the Chaotic Heaven Manor would definitely not let this go. Yes, Benefactor, the Devil Sky Empire is also very powerful. These people began to persuade him. Lin Xian said, It's okay. I'm waiting for them to come. Because I don't have enough resources, I'll take some more. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. They could only retreat and wait quietly. If their benefactor was really in danger, they would sacrifice their lives to protect him. News of what had happened here quickly spread. The people of the Spirit Sealing Star knew. The people of the Celestial Pure Heaven Mansion learned of this, and soon sent a large army over. Countless experts filled the air. On the black clouds, there were countless figures like fiend gods. At the front was a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps, with a monstrous, domineering aura. Everyone's scalp went numb. Heavens, the Chaotic Heaven Demon King, he actually came in person. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that the Chaotic Heaven Manor would send a few experts here, but they didn't expect that a small saint would come in person. Beside the Chaotic Heaven Demon King stood an old man who had also reached the small saint realm. Not only that, there were countless saints behind him, and many of them were at the 5th heaven. In the distance, there were countless armies fighting, bringing up monstrous waves of air. The entire sky had been completely covered by it. The people of Sky City trembled and swallowed their saliva. They knew that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were finished. The people of the Ghostwood family knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The calmest ones were Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. They looked up and narrowed their eyes. The Crimson Dragon laughed. Hee, another fat sheep is here. Whitey also jumped out and looked at the sky, drooling. Obviously, it also knew that there would be a lot of heavenly treasures and spiritual fruits in its mouth. The Chaotic Heaven Demon King didn't say anything after he came. but his face was gloomy. After all, how could he be happy about the death of his son? A general next to him shouted angrily and descended from the sky. He was here to find the body of young Master Demonic Face. Soon he found it. He swooped down, wanting to bring the body of young Master Demonic Flame back. But at this time, Lin Xian made his move. A big hand grabbed at the general. The big hand was golden and had a dazzling aura. It was like the hand of the god of war, dazzling and dazzling. The general roared angrily, "Get lost!" He shouted angrily, and light burst out from his body. He was a fifth heaven saint, and his strength was absolutely unimaginable. Originally, he wanted to bring back the body of young Master Demonic Flame first, and then deal with Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon later. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would be so reckless and dare to take the initiative to attack him. He shouted angrily and threw out a punch, carrying monstrous demonic aura at the big golden hand. Die! Boom! Boom! The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The big golden hand shattered the terrifying demonic shadow. Not only that, but half of the general's body was also blown up, and he let out a miserable roar. Lin Xian raised his hand, and a sword flew out, cutting the general in half. At the same time, the sword Qi kept destroying the general's soul. Soon, the general's astral soul was destroyed. All of this happened so quickly that no one could react. The people of the chaotic heaven manor were stunned. One of their fifth heaven powerhouses was dead. That was too unbelievable. They originally wanted to bring back the body, but they didn't expect that there would be an extra body for no reason. How dare you kill someone from the chaotic heaven manor? The people above were angry. Lin Xian sneered. You're the bold one. How dare you attack me? Do you know what punishment you deserve? Get down here, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Chapter 3775. Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. This person actually dared to scold the Han Tian estate. Who exactly is this person? In the sky above the demonic clouds, those people were also shocked. What an arrogant attitude. Someone asked, Your Highness, do you want to investigate his identity? Heavenly King Han snorted coldly. There was no need to investigate. No matter who he was, since he dared to kill my son, I will tear him into pieces. Yes, I know. The old man nodded and then looked at a general. Go down and bring his head up. Be careful. This kid is very powerful. Elder and your highness, don't worry. I will definitely kill him. The general rushed down like a dragon coming into being. He shattered the sky. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. The expert waved his arm and clawed down. Black demonic qi filled the sky with destructive power. The void around Lin Xian shattered in an instant, and countless black holes appeared. This general is at the middle stage of the fifth heaven, right? Many people screamed. It was even more terrifying than the previous one. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and took out the great destruction spear. It also exuded a terrifying demonic qi. The great destruction spear turned into a black dragon. Together with the power of the great dragon's sword soul, it pierced in all directions. In an instant, it pierced through the opponent's body. Not only that, the opponent's body shattered into pieces. The general screamed and quickly retreated. Lin Xian went up and punched more than 3,000 times in a row. Once again, the opponent's body was turned into a bloody mist. Miserable screams and furious roars shook the 9 heavens. The general went crazy. Damn it! Impossible! In the sky, the people of the Han Tian estate were also stunned. Damn it! Go and support him! 2 generals went down to support him. However, at this moment, Lin Xian held the great destruction spear and activated the great dragon's sword soul. Together with a peerless secret technique, his combat strength increased by 5 times. With one strike, he completely killed the opponent. The opponent's body shattered into pieces. His soul was destroyed, and he fell to the ground. The ground collapsed. It couldn't withstand the saint's body at all. The ground within millions of miles collapsed, and the void within millions of miles was destroyed. At this moment, it was as if the world was destroyed. In the sky, the two experts who came to support were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock. He was dead. A peerless general died, just like that. That was an expert at the middle stage of the fifth heaven. Even if the two experts joined forces, they might not be able to kill him. Furthermore, with his cultivation reaching such a level, even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he still had countless ways to escape. However, that person didn't even have the chance to escape. Killed was killed, kill was killed too. Who is this young man? They were to be was to stand. The heaven-battering, heavenly king's expression finally changed. Who are you? Humph. Why are you asking me who I am now? I is to be. To be. You want to kill me regardless of who I am? What? You don't dare to continue now? The heaven-battering, heavenly king's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the man had heard what he said to his subordinates. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Do you know what kind of existence you are facing? The heaven-battering king's voice was cold and full of killing intent. Lin Xian's smile widened. Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of offending me? Don't you know that you're already facing a calamity? Not only you, but the entire heaven-battering manor is facing the crisis of being destroyed. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Everyone's hair stood on end as soon as he said that. It was too strange for a young man to threaten a little saint. However, they were also very curious about Lin Xian's identity. The old man next to him was also a little saint. He walked out and cupped his fists with a smile. Which family does this young man come from? Lin Xian stabbed the great spear of destruction into the ground, stood with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and said loudly, I'm from Wushuang City. What? Wushuang City? He's from the sacred city? The moment these words came out, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, making everyone stunned. In the sky, the people of the heaven-battering manor also gasped, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. He's a disciple of the sacred city. Their faces were full of horror, and they wanted to kneel on the ground. The old man's face also changed dramatically. The heaven-battering king's pupils shrank. At this moment, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Even though he was a little saint, even though he was the heaven-battering king, and his strength and status were superior, he still didn't dare to be arrogant, because that was the sacred city. The holy city was above everything else, not to mention the heaven-battering manor. Even the Maqian Empire was no match for it. Even the entire spirit-sealing star couldn't go against the sacred city. The others were also in an uproar. No wonder Lin Xian was so confident. It turned out that he was from the sacred city, and it seemed that he was a genius of the sacred city. Such a person could really defeat everything. It turns out that the young master is from the sacred city. My apologies. The little saint old man smiled and quickly descended. The heaven-battering king also smiled. I didn't know the young master's identity and offended you. Please forgive me. The two little saints bowed and lowered their heads. One of them was the heaven-battering king, who was high and mighty. The scene made everyone feel that it was unreal. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't say anything, but a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Weren't they very arrogant? Why didn't they continue to be arrogant now? Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, the heaven-battering king broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly descended, took a few steps forward, and came to Lin Xian's side. He bowed and said, Young master, I was indeed blind before and offended you. Please forgive me. A little saint bowed and apologized to a young man. It could be said that his attitude was very respectful. The eyes of the surrounding people almost fell out of their sockets, but Lin Xian still ignored him. This scene made the hearts of the people of the Heaven-Battering Manor almost jump out of their bodies. Beside them, the Crimson Dragon sneered. "You think you can get away with just an apology? You wanted to kill me before. If you can't give us something to compensate us, do you think we'll let you go?" Being mocked by a young man like this? The Heaven-Battering King's heart was filled with strong killing intent, but he didn't dare to make a move. If he killed the people of the sacred city here, his head would be hung on a tree the next day. "Yes, young master, you're right. I'm stupid. I'll prepare a gift for you now." As he spoke, he quickly took out a few things from his storage ring. "Young master, this is a piece of divine iron from outer space. It took me many years to get it. This is a spiritual herb that I found after traveling to more than 10 worlds." The Heaven-Battering King began to introduce the treasures. Each of them made countless people's eyes turn red. Buzz! The Crimson Dragon snatched the storage ring with its claw. "Old man, do you want to live? Why are you so stingy? Give us all your treasures." Chapter 3776. The Heavenly King of Heaven-Battering was heartbroken. There were so many treasures in his storage ring. How could he bear to give them away? However, when he saw Lin Xian's cold eyes, his face and heart trembled. "Forget it. I'll just grit my teeth and bear with it." Who asked him to provoke the geniuses of the sacred city? However, this was not the end. After the Crimson Dragon took the storage ring of the Heavenly King of Heaven-Battering, he also took the storage ring of the little saint next to him. Then he said to the people brought by the Heavenly King of Heaven-Battering in the sky, "Hand over your storage rings obediently, or I'll kill you all." Those people had no choice but to do as he said. Immediately, storage rings came to the Crimson Dragon one after another. The Crimson Dragon's mouth was almost crooked from laughing. Although Lin Xian was expressionless, he was also overjoyed in his heart. "Old man, the armor you're wearing is not bad. Your jade pendant is not bad." After taking the storage rings, the Crimson Dragon stared at the Heavenly King of Heaven-Battering and the little saint. They also had a lot of treasures. The Crimson Dragon directly snatched them. In the end, the two little saints were left with only their underwear, which was fluttering in the wind. Everyone was dumbfounded. This scene was simply unimaginable. After all, those were two little saints. Sure enough, the two little saints were also trembling with anger, but they didn't make a move in the end. "Are you satisfied now, young masters?" The Heavenly King of Heaven-Battering was about to cry. Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Forget it. I'll spare your life this time. But next time you go against me, I'll definitely destroy both your body and soul." The Heavenly King of Heaven-Battering's soul really cried. He didn't dare to go against Lin Xian anymore. He wanted to leave, but Lin Xian stopped him. "Wait." The Heavenly King of Heaven-Battering soul trembled. He turned his head and asked, "Young master, is there anything else? I really don't have any treasures left. Where are you going next? Are you going to the Spirit Sealing Star or the Rain Clan?" "The Rain Clan." "Well, let's go together later," Lin Xian said. He did not know why the other party wanted to go to the Rain Clan. However, he did not dare to ask too much. He could only hurriedly take 2 sets of clothes from his subordinates and put them on. Then he stood in the distance and waited. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the House of Blackwood. The people of the Darkwood family fainted from fright. Even a minor saint had to be respectful, let alone them. Lin Xian asked, "Who was the chief? Who was the core elder?" "I'm the patriarch of the Blackwood family. I'm the patriarch of the Blackwood family." He scrambled over. The 6 core elders also came over. Their bodies were trembling non-stop. Lin Xian raised his hand and cut off their heads. Even their souls were destroyed. Patriarch, elder. The people of the Blackwood family fainted from fright. Were they going to start a massacre this time? They shivered. Lin Xian said, "A family is despicable and shameless. It must be the fault of the patriarch and the core elders. I'll kill them now. I hope the Blackwood family can turn over a new leaf in the future." Then he looked at the three hot-blooded youths. "The three of you are not bad. Your talent is also very good. From now on, the three of you will be the patriarch and the core elders. I hope you can lead your family to the right path. Thank you, benefactor." The three hot-blooded youths knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Their eyes were filled with hope. Lin Xian waved his hand. Then he turned around and walked towards the heavenly King Hun. "Let's go." They boarded the Mo Yin. The heavenly King Hun revealed an expression that was uglier than crying. After all, these were two little ancestors. He had no choice. He clenched his teeth and left. The rolling devil cloud left. Lin Xian and the people of Hun Tian Manor disappeared in the sky. As for the people of Tufa City, they were completely stunned. Soon, the news spread out, causing an uproar. Countless people were excited. The geniuses of the sacred city had arrived at the space city and defeated everyone. The little saints were thrown into disarray. All kinds of news were spreading everywhere. Legends about Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were everywhere. These two people were now heading towards the Rain Clan with the heavenly King Hun. The Rain Clan occupied the Double Rain planet. There were two planets. One of them might be smaller than the other worlds. However, when the two planets were combined, they were not inferior to the other planets at all. The Rain Clan's foundation was very strong. It was really enviable for them to be able to occupy two such planets. It was said that the Rain Clan also had super experts in the past. However, they declined later on. During this period, Lin Xian chatted with the heavenly King Hun. He also learned that the heavenly King Hun and the others were not going to the front line to fight, but to provide resources to the Rain Clan. They were logisticians. Therefore, even if they went to the Rain Clan, it wouldn't be too dangerous. This made Lin Xian even more satisfied. He came here to watch the Rain Clan being destroyed. Naturally, he would go deep into the Rain Clan's hinterland. At this moment, following the heavenly King Hun, he could watch the battle at a close distance. He wanted to properly appreciate how the Rain Clan was being destroyed one step at a time. At this moment, the Rain Clan had much fewer people than when he saw them before. On the vast land, formations flickered everywhere. Obviously, they were all on alert. There was only one last battle left. Lin Xian came with the heavenly King Hun, so he was unimpeded all the way. Soon they arrived at the camp. The heavenly King Hun said, "Young masters, you can rest here. If you want to watch the battle, it will probably take some time. Well, we'll stay here. You don't have to worry about us. Go do your thing." Lin Xian waved his hand. The heavenly King Hun left. When he walked out of the palace, his face immediately darkened. Damn, are the geniuses of the holy city so free? Don't they need to cultivate? How can they come here to watch the battle? Next, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon Palace set up camp in this camp. About 2 months later, on this day, the earth trembled and muffled thunder rumbled in the distance, spreading all over the world like a bell. The people in the heavenly King Hun's camp were all alarmed. They all went out of the camp and looked into the distance. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's eyes also lit up. It's coming. The final battle is about to begin. Sure enough, after they went out, they saw that the world had already changed. Countless gusts of wind swept across, and there were even extremely terrifying laws colliding between heaven and earth. Bolts of lightning fell one after another. In the sky, black holes appeared one after another. They were spatial transmissions. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian were both masters of formations. They could tell at a glance that this was a world-level transmission. Buzz! Buzz! Figures in black armor walked out of the black holes one after another. They were like demons, holding sabers and swords in their hands, and their murderous auras were monstrous. They were like demons walking out of the demon realm. They stood in the void, emitting monstrous auras. They suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The people of the demon palace had arrived. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The people of the heavenly King Hun's palace also exclaimed. There were so many people. Indeed, there were truly too many people this time around. Not only that, there were even more powerful demonic beasts appearing in the world. There was even a black bat that covered the sky for tens of thousands of miles like a dark cloud. The light between heaven and earth instantly dimmed. Chapter 3777. This was a world-level battle, and countless people were probably watching it. The dark red dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, the battle between the Demon Palace and the Rain Clan had attracted the attention of everyone in the 2-star realm. Although they weren't from the Saint City, these two forces were still extraordinary. Demon Palace. It was one of the top 3 forces on the demon planet. Its palace master, the demon overlord, stood at the peak of the Saint Venerable realm. He was currently in seclusion. Once he succeeded, he would become a Saint King. This was a force second only to the Saint City. As for the Rain Clan, it was once a glorious clan. Although it had declined, it still occupied 2 worlds. It could be said that its foundation was also extraordinary. This battle was between a powerful new force and a declining old force. Naturally, it would cause a lot of commotion. Countless experts from various clans and worlds were watching the battle. Even some people from the Saint City had come. They wanted to watch this rare world-ending battle. Heavenly King Hun had also returned to the army camp. His expression was incomparably solemn. Young masters, although we are at the rear and won't be affected, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to protect you. I hope you won't blame me. Don't worry, we're just here to watch the battle. I don't think the Demon Palace will take action. Lin Xian nodded. The Crimson Dragon said, Old man, if even you are so scared, what kind of experts are coming? Heavenly King Hun took a deep breath. This time, it was probably a world-ending battle. The Demon Palace had sent a Saint Venerable to fight. It was even rumored that they had brought a Sun-class Saint weapon. At that time, if they really launched an all-out attack, the whole world would be completely destroyed. Ah! The dark red dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. This is crazy. Lin Xian was also surprised. Saint Venerables had also joined the battle? That was in existence, more terrifying than a minor saint. They even had a Sun-class saint weapon. It seemed like this was really a battle to the death. Then why are you still waiting here? Hurry up and run, the Crimson Dragon said. Heavenly King Hun said, It's not that simple. The Rain Clan's foundation is also beyond imagination. They must have at least a Sun-class saint weapon. After all, the Rain Clan was once glorious. Therefore, whether or not they could defeat the Rain Clan in this battle was still unknown. Interesting. All the more reason for us to stay here and watch. Lin Xian sneered. This kind of shocking battle was something that they might not encounter for thousands of years. Although it was dangerous, they were still not afraid. This was because they also had a great sage artifact in their hands. If they really couldn't do it, they could enter the Great Sage Tower and directly shatter the void to leave. More and more black holes appeared in the sky. The experts of the Fiend planet were still teleporting. Finally, 3 days later, a bolt of lightning streaked across the 9 heavens. At this moment, a majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. Kill! The sky moved. Countless experts of the Demon Palace rushed down from the sky and attacked the Rain Clan. This scene was simply too shocking. Every single one of them was like a demon god. It was as if countless black mountains were descending from the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. Boom! Boom! The void shattered in an instant as countless arrays were torn apart. The great earth sunk, terrifying great cracks appearing. It was as if the entire world was going to be hacked apart. Those who offend my Rain Clan will be killed without mercy. In the depths of the earth, A furious voice was also heard. Immediately after, dark clouds gathered in the sky and countless raindrops began to fall. Below them was a vast ocean that surged through the sky. The entire world seemed to have turned into an ocean. Heavy rain poured down. This was not ordinary water. Instead, it was filled with killing intent. Each and every one of them was formed by a peerless killing array that contained the power of the natural laws. In an instant, they collided with the army of the Demon Palace. Both sides began to fight. On the Demon Palace's side, there were people who had their bodies pierced by the natural laws of the rain and fell to the ground. As for the other experts, they rushed down and arrived on the ground. The city below was instantly destroyed. The platforms, pavilions, and palaces were all turned into ashes. At this moment, they had truly gone mad with killing. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were fighting in the army camp. At this moment, their expressions were grave. Truth be told, the two of them were veterans of hundreds of battles. They had seen all kinds of geniuses and experienced all kinds of dangerous battles. However, those were only individual battles. At most, they would be surrounded by several hundred people. But now, there were more than hundreds of millions of sacred spirits fighting. This was the first time in their lives that they had experienced such a grand scene. This kind of spiritual shock gave Lin Xian a lot of enlightenment. It was truly hundreds of millions of sacred spirits as soldiers and millions of fiend gods as generals. The formations of the Rain Clan were truly marvelous. They had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even Black Mountain was alarmed by it. The northern monster also extended his soul to observe the battle. This was a world-destroying battle. The northern monster was greatly alarmed. The Demon Palace's powerful attack destroyed countless cities below them. Although the Rain Clan had a torrential rain and countless formations, they were still ruthlessly destroyed. Right at this moment, light erupted from the distant ground, illuminating half of the sky. A minor saint attacked with all his strength. As he opened and closed his palm, an overflowing aura was emitted. Countless experts of the Demon Palace were sent flying. At this moment, the might of a minor saint was vividly displayed. Since you dare to behave atrociously in my Rain Clan, all of you must die. That minor saint of the Rain Clan was emitting overflowing, killing intent. It was as if he had transformed into a god of death. He formed hand seals, and the natural laws of rain were shot out from his palms. At this moment, a silver river swept across the 9 heavens. Wherever it passed, the experts of the Demon Palace were all split in half. In this battle, over 1,000 experts had fallen. Humph! So what if you're a minor saint of the Rain Clan? It's not your turn to be impudent. On the Demon Palace's side, a minor saint also arrived. He was holding a black ghost seal in his hand. A ghost face stretched out and shattered the silver river. The 2 minor saints fought fiercely. "I'll help you." Another minor saint rushed over. After all, the Rain Clan was their headquarters. It was very convenient for them to send reinforcements. 2 against 1, the minor saint sent the ghost seal flying. However, at this moment, a long black saber flew over from the sky and slashed down, splitting the 2 minor saints in half. Ah! The 2 minor saints screamed miserably. A top-grade saint tool. Their faces were filled with fear. This was a top-grade moon-grade saint tool. Ordinary minor saints did not have it. Only Saint Venerables had it. They did not expect it to be used so quickly. The one holding the top-grade saint tool was a minor saint at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer. His strength was so strong that it could crush everything. He waved the long saber. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop him. Asterisk roar. Asterisk in the endless sea. A shark that was over 10,000 meters long rushed out. Its huge body turned and sent countless people of the Demon Palace flying. In addition to the shark, a powerful sea demon came out from the deep sea. The Rain Clan's territory was originally occupied by the sea. It was extremely vast. There were countless sea demons in the sea. At this moment, all of them erupted. Asterisk roar. Asterisk in the sky. Another extremely terrifying roar was heard. It was the demonic beast that the demon palace brought. It was a black bat. It was also a sixth heavenly layer demonic beast. Its strength was unparalleled. Chapter 37:78. He flapped his wings and brought forth an endless amount of demonic wind. At the same time, he sucked out black lightning that filled the sky. It was like a lightning tribulation. In an instant, over 100 million sea monsters were killed. Their corpses fell down and piled up into a mountain. Their blood turned into a sea of blood that surged between heaven and earth. Bitter. This was the only word that could be used to describe this battle. It could be said that the Rain clan had produced experts in large numbers. They had countless formations and even used all kinds of weapons. It was obvious that the demon palace had come prepared. Your demon palace is too excessive. Do you really want to fight to the death? The people of the Rain clan roared crazily. Among them, 3 silhouettes rushed over. These 3 silhouettes looked very old. They were living fossils. Their cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6th heavenly layer. At this moment, they were recklessly displaying their power. Their auras were like dragons that could crush heaven and earth. The 3 of them joined hands and took out a decree. It was the method of the Rain clan. It was extremely ancient, and there were many cracks on it. On the decree, there was an ancient character that was flickering with a demonic radiance. It was an ancient Taoist scripture character. Although it was only a single character, it was like a sun that illuminated the world. It was a good item. When the crimson dragon sensed the aura, its eyes immediately shone. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He already knew about the might of the ancient scripture character. However, it seemed that this was its true might. Sure enough, even Heishan was surprised. The foundation of the Rain clan was really interesting. The people of the demon palace were also alarmed. Those few characters were like a mountain that pressed down on them, causing their bodies to tremble. The experts of the demon palace also roared. They took out their moon-grade, top-grade saint artifacts and erupted with power. The black blade was like a huge black dragon. It descended from the sky and slashed toward the Rain clan's decree. They wanted to destroy it. However, they were repelled by the radiance emitted by the Taoist scripture. The Rain clan's decree suddenly rushed out and collided with the long blade. It was actually able to send the long blade flying. Not only that, but the body of the late-stage 6th heavenly layer small saint of the demon palace also split open. He let out a frantic scream and quickly retreated. You want to leave? Go to hell. The 3 living fossils roared. They controlled the Rain clan's Taoist scripture and chased after him. Others wanted to go up to them, but all of them were sealed. All of a sudden, the 3 living fossils actually suppressed a part of the world. The demon palace's members felt their scalps go numb, and despair appeared in their eyes. However, at that moment, a palm covered the sky and covered the earth. It directly enveloped the Rain clan's decree and the 3 spark stones. Then, the bodies of the 3 living fossils split open, and they screamed as they retreated. The decree of the Rain clan was also grasped in Renyi's hand. Who was this person? Lin Xian's eyes widened. Too powerful. The little saint was killed with just a flick of his finger. The crimson dragon also screamed. Holy venerables! There really were holy venerables. Is this a saint venerable? Lin Xian was astonished. This was too terrifying. This was the 7th heavenly layer of the saint realm, completely surpassing the minor saint realm. Every heavenly layer was a realm. It was indeed a well-deserved reputation. The gap between them was really too big. At this point, wanting to jump ranks to battle was really as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Oh no, it was the Lord. On the Rain clan side, Yu Shijie and Di Ling also frowned. There were a lot of super experts standing next to them. Their expressions also changed greatly. Quickly go and ask the old ancestor to take action. The old ancestor, who was also the clan leader of the previous generation, had also reached the Holy Venerable's level. Normally, he would cultivate in seclusion, not caring about anything. At this moment, he had no choice but to come out. A huge hand of water covered the sky and blocked the pitch-black hand. What? You want to take away my Rain clan's magical treasure? Stay. Under the control of the Holy Venerables, the decree of the Rain clan blossomed with brilliant light. It flicked away the huge black hand. As for the big black head, his left hand held the top-grade sacred weapon, the pitch-black long saber, and fought a great battle. The battle between the two Holy Venerables swept through everything. The range of the battle was really too wide. It made the others not dare to approach. Quickly retreat. They left this sky and went to another place to fight a decisive battle. This time, the Demon Palace did not only bring a top-grade sacred weapon. Other than that, they also brought these two weapons, which were in two different places. Finally, they tore apart countless great formations. They slaughtered their way into their headquarters and tore them into 10,000 pieces. The people of the Demon Palace rushed in like demons from hell. With top-grade sacred weapons opening the way, there were no formations that could stop them. However, the Rain clan was, after all, occupying two worlds. Their foundation was very rich. Their headquarters was located at the center of the world. The palace was suspended in the sky like a divine land. It was exceptionally beautiful and dreamy. At this moment, the formations protecting their headquarters were even more powerful. They had been passed down from the ancient era. They were absolutely incomparable. Quickly counterattack. They were relying on their super formations to counterattack. The battle was very bitter. Furthermore, it lasted for a very long time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Every day, there would be experts dying. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood would be covered. The entire Twin Rain planet had turned into an Azura hell. Gradually, 2 months passed. 3 months passed. The outcome of the battle had yet to be determined. It was truly too miserable. The entire world was dyed red. People from many holy cities arrived. Of course, no one went out to fight. No one joined the battle. It seemed as if two powers were fighting. Among them, people from the 10,000 Fiend City and Thunder God City arrived. For example, Lei Chong, White-Eyed Beast Sage, and the others. They all arrived at Twin Rain Planet to watch the battle from the rear. With their status, it was very easy for them to obtain the protection of one of the powers. The battle lasted for half a year. It attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone was discussing, probing, and speculating about the outcome of the battle. In the end, they speculated that both sides would very likely end in a draw. Both sides would suffer great losses. However, on this day another saint arrived. He was also a holy venerate. He carried a sun-grade divine artifact. With a single strike, he directly pierced through the world. A pitch-black hole appeared, causing countless people to scream in fear. The battle had changed. The news spread throughout the second starfield. Everyone screamed excitedly again. Had a sun-grade divine artifact finally appeared? Sure enough, a crack appeared on the Rain clan's super grand formation after being struck by this attack. Kill. The people from the Demon Palace finally seized the opportunity to kill their way in. Furthermore, the people in the headquarters were in despair this time. What kind of weapon was that? It was too terrifying. Even their formation that had been around for several tens of thousands of years was shattered. At the center of the Rain clan, the headquarters of the Rain God Island, blood flowed like a river. A great battle broke out. Countless buildings on the island collapsed. No, this time they had really gone crazy. Their elites and treasures were all destroyed in the headquarters. How could they not be jealous? Quickly, ask the old ancestor to take action. However, they were in despair. 2 holy venerates wanted to kill the old ancestor. Their old ancestor retreated in defeat. His body was covered in blood, and he could not care about them at all. They reckoned that he was in danger of dying. Could it be that the heavens wanted to destroy the Rain clan? Many people were in despair. Chapter 37:79. The face of the Rain clan's patriarch was gloomy. He looked around with a face full of fear. He knew that he could not hold on any longer. He had to use a more powerful foundation. Quickly use the blood sacrifice to activate our 10,000 years of foundation. The Rain clan had a long history. How could they only have one saint venerable? However, some of them were like a lamp that had run out of oil. They were sealed by divine crystals. They would not use it until the moment when the clan was exterminated. Now that they had reached the moment when their clan was exterminated, they had to use their foundation. Countless Rain clan martial artists cut open their palms, causing blood to gush out. Beneath the ground, an extremely simple and ancient array formation appeared. It flickered with a demonic light. The ground cracked open, and a pitch-black passage appeared. The patriarch of the Rain clan jumped in. The elders of the Rain clan also followed. Even Yushurtia was lucky enough to follow in. After stepping in, she was stunned. It turned out that this was an underground world, a world of its own. In that world, there were many sleeping figures. They were sealed by the highest grade divine crystals. Their life aura was at the lowest. These people were incomparably old, like dried corpses. However, they were not dead. There were a total of 12 figures. 2 of them were abnormally old. They were 2 saint venerables. The other 10 people were saints at the peak of the 6th heaven. They were 1 step away from entering the realm of Saint Venerable. This was the foundation of the Rain clan. It was the foundation of their tens of thousands of years of inheritance. At this moment, they had no choice but to use it. Of course, they did not dare to use all of them. They only revived half of them. They revived a saint and 5 peak 6th heavenly layer small saints. After these people were awakened, they revealed heavy gazes. What's going on? Why do you have to wake us up? Old ancestor, the clan is about to be exterminated. A strong enemy is attacking. We have no choice but to wake them up. The people of the Rain clan knelt down. The revived saint and the 5 late 6th heavenly layer small saints were instantly furious. Who dared to exterminate the Rain clan? Do you want to die? Kill. Kill them all. The Saint Venerable led the 6 late minor saints and soared into the sky, breaking through the ground and heading towards the sky. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was shattered. Countless large cracks appeared. Heavens! Another Saint Venerable has appeared. Someone screamed. In the distance, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Lei Chong, the White-Eyed Holy Beast, and the others were all extremely shocked. Humph! The Rain clan's trump card has appeared. Brat, watch carefully. Hei Shan coldly snorted. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with golden light as he stared into the distance. In the next moment, he narrowed his eyes. That was because just the light that the figure carried was enough to make his eyes hurt. Was this the Lord? Others couldn't even look at them directly. Such people were truly world-shaking experts. Those who offend my clan will be killed without mercy. After the Saint Sovereign appeared, he raised his head and roared, absorbing the power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Its originally shriveled and zombie-like body instantly swelled up, and its head of white hair also turned jet black. Soon, he turned from an old man with 1 foot in the grave to a handsome man in his 30s. The power in his body was too terrifying. It was like a vast ocean, vast and mighty. Behind him, the 5 late little saints were the same. Each of them had recovered to their peak state. Ancestor, the ancestor has been resurrected. The people of the Rain clan screamed unceasingly. Hope was restored in their eyes. This is great. Kill. Their confidence was greatly boosted, and they quickly rushed over. Buzz. The Saint Sovereign rose from the sky and stood together with the Saint Sovereign of the Devil Palace. The 2 collided, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, the Rain clan, who was originally in a disadvantageous position, once again faced the Saint Sovereign. The two sides are evenly matched again, and there's no word the momentum of the Rain clan increased greatly, and the more they fought, the braver they became. Was this the power of a Saint Sovereign? A single person was enough to reverse the situation of the battle. Lin Xian was astonished. When would he become such an expert? The other spectators were also shocked. It seemed like the Rain clan was really going all out. Even the Saint Sovereign had been resurrected. Most likely the battle would end soon, right? Of course, they also knew that this was the final moment, and it was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause them to enter the myriad tribulations realm. This is great. The previous patriarch of the Rain clan laughed heartily. Originally, he was almost killed by the Rain clan. Now, another Saint Sovereign had come. The two of them joined hands and unleashed the Rain clan's great divine ability. They even unleashed the ancient scripture of the Rain clan. Kill! The resurrected Saint Sovereign took out a sword. With a wave of his sword, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. It was also a sun-grade Saint tool. This attack was really too terrifying. 2 sun-grade Saint tools were enough to destroy the entire world. Fortunately, this attack was aimed at the 9 heavens and the outer space was shattered. If it was aimed at the earth, perhaps the entire world would be torn apart. Bang! The 5 resurrected minor saints also rushed toward the black bat because they felt that the threat of the black bat was extremely great. The black bat had already killed many sea demons and many of the Rain clan's people. Bastard, you're courting death! After being resurrected, the 5 minor saints roared and attacked crazily. The black bat roared and resisted. However, it was soon seriously injured. These 5 resurrected old fellows were really too powerful. One of the black bat's wings was chopped off, and its whole body was covered in blood. It was really too miserable. The faces of the people of the Devil Palace became incomparably unsightly. Could it be that they were going to fail this time? The onlookers also sighed. The situation had taken a huge turn. It seemed like the Rain clan was going to change the situation. They didn't expect the Rain clan's foundation to be so strong. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon said, "Wow, it can't be, right? Can they still turn the tables?" Lin Xian was also shocked. It seemed like these ancient families were really much more terrifying than what he had imagined. However, at this moment, the situation changed again. One of the 5 resurrected living fossils had its body split in half. In the sky, a blackwater serpent rushed out. It was also a 6th heavenly layer demon beast. Its strength was unparalleled. As soon as it appeared, it immediately chopped an expert into 2 halves. At the same time, it started killing in all directions. At the same time, the black bat also fought back. 2 Saint Sovereigns were fighting against 5 living fossils. Damn it! That living fossil's body was restored, and it was fighting against the black bat. However, the situation was only a little better. There weren't any major changes. After all, 5 late minor saints had appeared at the same time. This was simply an extremely powerful force. Unless the Devil Palace sent out another Saint Sovereign, they wouldn't be able to resist them. The curtains were about to fall on this battle. That's right. The Devil Palace was probably going to be defeated, unless they sent out more late minor saints or another Saint Sovereign. There shouldn't be any, right? The Devil Palace didn't have such a foundation. Even if they did, they wouldn't appear in a short period of time. In the 2nd heavenly realm, the onlookers shook their heads. They felt that the battle was about to end. The people of the Devil Palace were also retreating, preparing to retreat at any time. The Rain clan was full of confidence. Kill! Quickly kill them and avenge our people! These people rushed forward. They would never let the Devil Palace leave so easily. Chapter 3780. The situation was one-sided. The Fiend Palace suffered heavy losses and many people died. Blood overflowed and dyed the earth red. Right at this moment, a sigh resounded. Who would have thought that the Rain clan would have such a trump card? That sigh caused the bodies of many Rain clan's saints to split open. Even the 5 living fossils had cracks on their bodies. It was as if they were facing a great enemy, and they quickly retreated. Damn it! Another holy venerate appeared. At this moment, the people of the Rain clan went crazy. The experts of the second astral realm also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What was going on? Another holy venerate from the Fiend Palace descended? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Countless gazes looked over, searching for the person who spoke. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's eyelids were also twitching violently. As for Heishan, he cried out in surprise. There was going to be a good show to watch. It seemed like an extraordinary character had come from the Fiend Palace. Buzz! Heaven and earth shattered, and a figure appeared on the horizon. Then he walked over. He only took 3 steps, but he crossed over 1,000,000 miles. This was simply the power of an inch. Not good. The 2 holy venerates of the Rain clan also felt their blood run cold, and they quickly retreated. At the same time, they joined hands to support their sun-grade saint artifacts and hammered down countless laws, completely enveloping the people of the Rain clan. The people of the Fiend Palace also quickly gathered. The corners of the 2 holy venerates' mouths rose into a smile. In the next moment, they slightly bowed and paid their respects to the palace master. Could it be that the palace master of the Fiend Palace was the palace master of the Fiend Palace? When everyone heard those words, they were all stupefied. How was this possible? Wasn't the palace master of the Fiend Palace in seclusion? How could he appear here? The people of the second astral realm were dumbstruck. As for the people of the Rain clan, they felt their blood run cold. The saints of the Rain clan almost wet their pants. The palace master of the Fiend Palace was in existence at the peak of the Holy Venerate realm. He was only a step away from becoming a holy king. When such a person appeared, he would sweep across the world. Apart from a true holy king, who could suppress him? Holy shit! How did this person appear? The Crimson Dragon was startled. This was the legendary fiend overlord. Lin Xian's pupils also fiercely. This was the demon child's father. He was truly too powerful. His voice alone was enough to tear a little saint's body apart. In the second astral realm, the experts who were secretly observing also exclaimed. Even the powerhouses of the holy city looked solemn. As for the people from the Rain clan, their complexions turned even paler. If the demon lord really came, then they wouldn't have to fight. A person who was about to become Shengwen king. Even if they used all of their trump cards, they might not be able to defeat him. The 2 saints of the Rain clan stood there as if they were facing a great enemy. Above their heads, the sun-grade saint artifacts blossomed with incomparable radiance. Autumn Mountain Rain Sword. Never would I have thought that your Rain clan would even take out this saint artifact. The figure that appeared said faintly. His eyes were like 2 suns, staring at the treasured sword above. This scene made the 2 holy venerates of the Rain clan feel as if they were facing a great enemy. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "Demon Lord, do you really want to fight to the death? Although your cultivation is higher than ours, we haven't fully revealed our trump cards yet. Once we fight with our lives on the line, both sides will suffer. Do you really want others to reap the benefits?" That's right, although the Demon Lord's powerful. Our Rain clan isn't easy to bully. The other holy venerate snorted coldly. The Demon Lord said indifferently, "You killed my son. Don't tell me you don't allow me to take revenge." Ridiculous. The demon child wasn't killed by our Rain clan. With your strength, you should know. The other holy venerate snorted coldly, his face incomparably ugly. "What do you want to do? Who would be able to say for sure? You guys should just obediently surrender. If you can leave the Double Rain Star and find another place to settle down, I can consider letting your Rain clan go. Damn it, you actually dare to have ideas about our world." The 2 holy venerates of the Rain clan roared crazily, the laws on their bodies surged. At this moment, they finally understood that the other party was just looking for an excuse to attack their Rain clan. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. What's the matter? Could it be that they know that the demon child wasn't killed by the Rain clan? If that's the case, why are they still attacking? Lin Xian was too shocked because the demon child was killed by him. Could it be that the other party already knew about it? It seems like this demon lord is planning something big. He Shan transmitted his voice. He knew that his son wasn't killed by the Rain clan, but he still attacked. Then there was only one explanation. He had his eyes on the double Rain star where the Rain clan was located. He wanted to occupy both worlds. Occupy both worlds? Lin Xian was too shocked. That's right. He Sen nodded. Do you know what it means to possess a world? All the resources in the world would be yours to use. Think about how much wealth that would be. More importantly, with the world, you would have the power of the world. Do you know what a sun-grade saint artifact is made of? Other than heaven-defying metal materials. It also requires countless laws to nurture it. Once it's nurtured, it will take thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. At the saint realm, cultivation is already very difficult, let alone refining a saint artifact for tens of thousands of years. That's very difficult to do. Therefore, there is a method, which is to use world energy to nurture it, using the entire world as a container to nurture a saint artifact. Only in this way can a sun-grade saint artifact be created after countless years. Other than that, you can only snatch it. However, the consequences of snatching a sun-grade saint artifact are very big. If it's light, you'll be killed. If it's heavy, you'll be chased for thousands of years. No one is willing to bear such consequences. Moreover, sun-grade saint artifacts usually have spirits. It's very difficult to snatch them away. So that's how it is. Lin Xian was stunned. Saint artifacts actually require world energy to nurture. He really didn't know this before because he never thought of nurturing saint artifacts. Except for the Black Earth, it's a semi-finished product. The other saint artifacts were all snatched by him. The Great Destruction Spear was snatched by a great demon. The Unparalleled Sword was given to him by the Holy City. Other than that, the other saint artifacts were also obtained by him. Therefore, he really doesn't know much about the refinement of saint artifacts. Then what about the sun-grade divine artifacts? For example, saint artifacts are also nurtured with world energy. That's right. However, they're even more terrifying than sun-grade divine artifacts. Not only do they require the nurturing of a world, but they also require the nurturing of several worlds to nurture a saint artifact. As for emperor weapons, they're even more terrifying. I once heard of a legend. Legend has it that in ancient times there was an extremely terrifying weapon that was nurtured by 999,999 worlds. In the end, it was extremely heaven-defying. It's said that this weapon once opened a path to the immortal world, 999,999 worlds. How terrifying is that? Lin Xian was too shocked. Where did that weapon go? I don't know. Some people said that it entered the immortal world. Some people said that it shattered during the battle with the immortals. Even now, I don't know what that weapon is called. I only know that there was such a legend. While Lin Xian was learning about these things, the Saint Venerables of the Rain clan in front of him were completely furious. The dual Rain planet was the foundation of their Rain clan. They had 2 worlds that allowed them to have unlimited resources. Moreover, they could nurture sun-grade divine artifacts. Even the dragon veins of the earth could nourish living fossils like them. But once they left, they would have nothing. Chapter 3781. It had to be known that this was no longer the era of war. Now, every world had a master behind it. Most of the worlds did not have a powerful overlord. They were divided into groups of heroes, and some of the worlds seemed to have powerful individuals standing side by side. However, They were all generated, which was why there were too few ownerless worlds. Basically, there was none. Even someone as strong as the demon overlord, who was about to become a saint king, did not have an independent world. After all, the fiend star was shared with other forces. It seemed that the fiend overlord was truly anxious. That was why he had the idea to attack the dual rain star. However, did he really think that the Rain clan was so easy to bully? Is that so? It just so happens that I want to experience the techniques of your Rain clan. The evil demon overlord in front coldly said. An extremely terrifying aura appeared on his body, causing all the saints around him to vomit blood and fly backward. They knew that there was going to be an earth-shattering battle, so they frantically retreated to the edge of the world. Kill! The two Saint Venerables of the Rain clan controlled Chio. 3 heavens rained sword and chopped down. This sword was like a peerless divine sword that split the world apart. A terrifying aura enveloped the fiend overlord. The demon overlord coldly harumphed, and countless traces of demonic chi appeared around his body, forming a pair of demonic hands that went up to meet the attack. Clang! Countless cracks appeared in the sky. It was so scary. Everyone was shocked. However, some of the true experts knew that this was merely a probe. The real killing move was yet to come. Sure enough, after one attack, the 2 sages of the Rain clan controlled the autumn 3 heavens rain sword to attack again. This time, the power was much stronger than before. The devil overlord sneered. Their precepts filled the air, and the great Tao revolved around them. Terrifying Saint Aura flew out. Zhang Xian thrust his palm forward, and it was as if a black sun was spinning in the air, clashing with the other party's sword chi. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The strength of the 2 Rain clans' Saint Venerables was very strong. Coupled with the Sun Grade Saint artifact, they were truly terrifying to the extreme. However, the Demon Lord was even more terrifying. The laws on his body were like the sharpest sword light, constantly tearing apart the void. The battle between the 2 sides shocked everyone. At this time, a small saint of the Rain clan suddenly screamed, "You're not the real body. You're just an incarnation." He was simply too shocked. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Was this terrifying demon overlord just an avatar? If that was the case, wouldn't it be too terrifying? Where's the real demon overlord? Is he still in seclusion? Everyone gasped. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt their scalps tingle. This person's strength was beyond their imagination. Boom! Boom! That's right, you do have some foresight. This is only one of my incarnations, but even so, it's enough to deal with you. Wang! The fiend overlord held the black saber in his hand. 1 person and 1 saber continuously attacked, forcing back the 2 holy venerates. Damn it, kill him! The 2 Saint Venerables from the Rain clan furiously roared. Their bodies were dyed with blood. However, they were not afraid. The aura of the great Tao surged from their bodies and surrounded the 9 heavens. You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourselves. The demon lord sneered. Although it's just a clone, it's not something you can resist. Boom! The laws on his body were like a vast ocean, sending the 2 of them flying. At the same time, he sneered, "Kill them all for me. Let the Rain clan be completely destroyed." Kill! The people of the Demon Palace crazily roared. Previously, they were at a disadvantage. Now, they could finally turn the tables. Their overlord had arrived, and he would lead them to sweep away everything. Wang! 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 A black gourd appeared in the sky. It was as big as a mountain. The lid of the gourd opened, and clouds of black fog came out from it. They turned into phantoms one after another and pounced on him. Ah, you! The saints of the Rain clan screamed as if they had gone mad. The holy venerables also roared, "Retreat quickly! Don't block it!" Their complexions were unsightly. That was because the gourd contained the malicious spirits that the fiend overlord had gathered in the starry sky for several thousand years. It was extremely terrifying to use and nurture them. Ordinary small saints were not its match. Under the powerful attacks of the fiend overlord's clone, the Rain clan was forced to retreat again and again. Blood surged in the sky once again, and corpses piled up like a mountain. The people of the Rain clan were in despair once again. This feeling was even more terrifying than the first time they had been in despair, because they still had hope the first time, but now that they had used up all their trump cards, they still couldn't do anything to the fiend overlord. The fiend overlord's attack was extremely terrifying. He used the black gourd to block the two holy venerables of the Rain clan. At the same time, the sun-class saint tool in his hand emitted an incomparable radiance as he slashed downward. The earth cracked open, and one after another trench appeared, covering the entire world. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The people of the Rain clan screamed crazily. Some fled and some resisted. As for the holy venerables, their complexions were extremely unsightly. Was the fiend overlord looking for the world's soul? Revive quickly. Use all your trump cards. The living fossil, holy venerables, roared crazily. They could no longer block it. Below, the leader of the Rain clan once again led the rain bead dancer to carry out the blood sacrifice, reviving the remaining members of the Rain clan. Below the earth, a terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, everyone was terrified. Some of the onlookers even left the world. They felt that if this continued, the world would collapse. It was better for them to escape quickly. Young masters, leave quickly. We will also leave. We are no longer needed here. The heaven-battering king's scalp went numb. He was originally in charge of the logistics team, and his responsibility was to provide resources. But now that the battle had turned out like this, they were no longer needed. They had to leave quickly. If they didn't, the energy waves would tear them to pieces. After speaking to Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, the heaven-battering king quickly left with his subordinates. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's expressions changed. They also felt the monstrous aura. They were at the edge of the world, very far from the battlefield. Even so, the aura still made their hair stand on end. "Let's leave quickly," the Crimson Dragon said. He didn't want to stay any longer. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Heishan floated out. He asked, "Do you really want to leave?" "What do you mean?" Lin Xian was stunned. "If we don't leave, are we going to stay here and watch? We can also go to the extraterritorial station." Indeed, most of the people were watching the battle in the extraterritorial station. They were all saints and could definitely see the situation clearly. If they couldn't, there were still experts who had set up formations. They could watch through the formations. However, Heishan shook his head. "I'm not talking about watching the battle. I'm going to give you a great opportunity." "Great opportunity? What great opportunity?" Lin Xian was even more confused. Chapter 3782. What fortune? Heishan laughed. "Of course, it's to give this world to you. How about it? Are you interested?" The dark rainbow godly dragon jumped up. "Are you serious? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Lin Xian was also shocked. Could it be? He thought of a possibility. Heishan nodded. "That's right. It's exactly what you're thinking. How about it? Do you dare to do something big?" Lin Xian naturally knew what Black Mount meant when he arrived at Western Liangqi. It seemed like Heishan wanted to help him seize the dual rain star. The evil demon lord attacked the Rain clan and even wanted to destroy the Rain clan in order to seize this world and control its power. Now that Heishan said so, were they going to fight against the evil demon lord? Lin Xian said seriously. Although this idea was very tempting, the evil demon lord was too strong. One of his incarnations could fight against two saints. This strength isn't something we can resist. Of course, we won't fight him head-on. Heishan said, "No matter how strong he is, It's impossible to destroy the Rain Clan in a short period of time. It'll probably take a few more months. We can use this time to secretly change the owner of this world. At that time, you can seize this world and leave here. Even if the evil demon lord kills the Rain Clan, he can't do anything. Lin Xian asked in detail. He felt that this might really be an opportunity. He Shan briefly explained how to seize the world. Lin Xian's heart jumped. It turned out that every world had a world soul. It was equivalent to the heavenly Tao and could control the laws of the entire world. Once it was recognized by the heavenly Tao of this world, unless it died, no one else could recognize it, or they had to find the world soul. Otherwise, even if you occupied the entire world, you wouldn't be recognized by the heavenly Tao. He Shan's suggestion was to secretly find the world soul and seize it. Okay, they could try. Lin Xian thought about it. Although it was dangerous, if they succeeded, the benefits were too great. In the future, these two worlds would be his. What kind of concept was that? He felt excited just thinking about it. Next, the three of them made sufficient preparations. They hid their aura and sent it into the ground. Black Mountain used an ancient secret technique and began to search. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon quickly followed. They were nervous and excited. As they got closer and closer to the battlefield, they could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations coming from the other side, so their speed was very slow. After walking for several days, they finally got close to the so-called World Soul. Ka. Black Mountain stopped in front of him. He seemed to have bumped into something, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he cried out in surprise. He found it. It was here. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked up and looked ahead cautiously. I don't see anything special, the Crimson Dragon grinned. Lin Xian frowned. His path was blocked. That's right, it was blocked. However, it was not blocked by a stone but by a formation. This formation was formed by the great Tao of heaven and earth, as well as the dragon veins and spiritual veins of the earth. It was extremely terrifying, and it was very deep. It was at the center of the world, so the battle above had not affected it. Sure enough, the Crimson Dragon made a few seals to break the formation. Immediately, the formation in front of them lit up, circle after circle, illuminating the surroundings. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this was a square-shaped array formation that had completely sealed off the entire space. Through the formation, they saw that there seemed to be an ancient bronze coffin inside. A coffin? The Crimson Dragon was surprised. Could it be that this was the World Soul? Lin Xian was also surprised. He San said, it seemed that the experts of the Rain Clan were hidden here. The World Soul should be inside this coffin. If we open the coffin and take the World Soul, we can snatch this world from the Rain Clan. What are we waiting for? Hurry up! The Crimson Dragon was excited and immediately broke the formation. Black Mountain said, don't be impulsive. This formation is much more terrifying than imagined. If you are not careful, the people above will know. At that time, those Saint Venerables will come down to kill you. Think about the consequences. Damn! The Crimson Dragon was shocked and quickly retracted his hand. He said with an unkind expression, Old Black, you are not trying to trick us, right? Lin Xian was also vigilant. Yes, what are you trying to do? I am trying to do something, but I don't need the power of this world. What I need is to help you. After getting the power of this world, you will help me revive. You want to revive? Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain was a great saint. If he was revived, wouldn't he be a great saint too? That was an existence even more terrifying than a saint king. Thinking of this, his heart beat wildly. He had the Eye of Time. It was very mysterious. It had saved his and the Crimson Dragon's lives before. He didn't know if the Eye of Time would work on a great saint. Moreover, Black Mountain had died too long ago. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of years ago he died. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't sure. Black Mountain didn't know that he had the Eye of Time. Previously, when he revived the Dark Rainbow Dragon, he did it secretly. However, he still said, okay. As long as you don't become enemies with me and don't harm me, I will definitely help you revive in the future. Okay, I believe you. Black Mountain nodded solemnly. Next, he began to make his move. The dragon veins of the earth wanted to revive, but they were extinguished by Black 3. The dragon veins let out deep dragon roars. Damn! Such a magical method to break the array. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. He watched carefully. Lin Xian was also surprised. At this time, Black Mountain said, Kid, use your dragon sword spirit to help me suppress these dragon veins. Dragon-shaped sword shadows flew out from Lin Xian's body to suppress the dragon veins. Black Mountain was breaking the array quickly. Even so, it took him half a month before he managed to tear open a crack on it. Go in quickly, He Shan said softly. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon transformed into a stream of light and rushed in quickly. This time, there was no blocking array. They could finally see the bronze coffin at a close distance. The bronze coffin was very old. The shape on it was very strange. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years ago the words were inscribed. Not only that, it also emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The Crimson Dragon walked forward and wanted to open it, but just as he stepped forward, the bronze coffin suddenly bloomed with light. The runes on it seemed to be alive, carrying a terrifying aura. The dark red divine dragon jumped in fright and immediately retreated to put some distance between them. F***CK, is he alive? It scared the dragon to death. Lin Xian also looked at Black Mountain. Black Mountain said, Alive, but not much different from death. Only breathing. His soul and body were probably very weak. Lin Xian nodded. He had heard that only living people could have the world's soul and control this world. Even if the person's aura was very weak, as long as he didn't die, there would be no problem. And once he died, he would immediately choose another successor. Thinking about it, the Rain clan should be passed down like this. Chapter 3783. He Shan slowly approached, and the bronze coffin lit up again, emitting a mysterious aura. He Shan snorted coldly. Stop pretending to be mysterious. If I was at my peak, I could kill you with a single glance. Indeed, He Shan was a true great sage at his peak. He probably had many worlds under him. The most powerful person in the bronze coffin was probably a sacred venerable, so He Shan naturally looked down on him. Of course, although he looked down on him, He Shan was not careless at all. After all, he was only a remnant soul now. He used many secret techniques, stacking them on top of each other, and his aura became incomparably mysterious. Lin Xian was shocked. He found that He San had used many laws to construct a small world. Was he using a world to fight against a world? It was really too magical. Sure enough, the small world constructed by the specter kept colliding with the bronze coffin, causing the runes on the bronze coffin to tremble. The lid of the bronze coffin also slowly opened. Boom, boom, boom. Just like that, another 3 days passed, and the lid of the bronze coffin was finally opened. More than half of the coffin was revealed. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon carefully went up to take a closer look. They found that there was an old man lying inside. He was not tall, only about half a meter or so. He looked very old, and his body had begun to shrink. The old man lying there was withered, like a zombie, and there was no aura on his body. Damn, is this guy really still alive? The Crimson Dragon whispered. Why did he look like a dead man? Lin Xian also frowned, and the golden light in his eyes swept down. Soon, he found that the other party's soul was like a small flame. Although it was very weak, it still existed. The other party was indeed still alive. Where was the heart of the world? Lin Xian asked. The specter said that it was in his hand. Lin Xian looked over, and his eye technique burst out, looking through the other party's hand. He saw that there was a walnut-sized blue ball of light in the other party's hand. The ball of light was like a water droplet. There were many patterns on it, and they were densely packed. This shape surprised Lin Xian. Why did it look like a seed? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab it. The crimson dragon waved its claws and grabbed the other party's withered hand, then twisted it forcefully. What the F*CK are these hands made of godly metal as well? His hand was so hard that it hurt. He realized that the other party's fingers had only cracked a little. Damn it, this guy's skin was too thick. Lin Xian gave it a try and was shocked as well. He had a divine body, and with the Qilin tattoo, he had the physique of a fifth-layer sage. But now, even with his full strength, he was only able to create a small crack. This person was really too strong. Even if he was dead, his body was not something they could break. Use the great dragon sword spirit, Heishan said. After Lin Xian heard this, he recalled the great dragon sword and began to pry open the other party's fingers. 1, 2, 3. Finally, he managed to pry open one of the opponent's fists, revealing half of a droplet-shaped seed. The battle outside was extremely intense. The Rain Clan's final trump card had been completely revived. 5 late minor saints and a Saint Venerable had completely revived. This caused the Rain Clan's combat strength to increase once again. Not only that, countless Rain Clan's experts were kneeling on the ground. They were very sincere. Ancient notes seemed to be coming out of their mouths, as if they were praying to the heavens. In the sky, the laws of the world were shining and hanging down. Divine chains of order caused the entire world to change. The people inside the world could feel the suppression. Those who were not from the Rain Clan had their cultivation base suppressed. As for the Rain Clan's people, their strength had increased. This caused the Rain Clan's people to be incomparably excited. Those Saint Venerables sneered. This was their world, and they could control everything. They could use the power of the world to suppress the other party. They could even attract the flames of heavenly punishment, torrential rain, and other kinds of worldly will to attack the other party. He wanted to let everyone know that their Rain Clan was the true ruler of the dual Rain planet. The Devil Palace's people suffered heavy injuries again, and they quickly retreated. Palace Master, what should we do? Those saints' complexions were unsightly. The incarnation of the Devil Overlord sneered. No matter, we'll defend first. Although they were the ones in charge of this place, those Saint Venerables had just been revived. They won't be able to hold on for a long time. When their lifespan reaches its end, I'll personally send them to hell. The Devil Overlord sneered malevolently. The other Saint Venerables also smiled disdainfully. Indeed, they were different from the other party. Currently, the Rain Clan only had a single Saint Venerable. The other 2 revived Saint Venerables were their so-called trump cards. Since they were called trump cards, it meant that they could not be used rashly. Instead, they would be sealed again in an instant. Should they use them, once they used them, they would not be able to use them again. Thus, it was impossible for those 2 revived living fossils to fight for a long time. Otherwise, their lives would be exhausted and they would vanish like smoke. Thus, what they needed to do in the Devil Palace was to exhaust their opponents. They were at their peak and had endless lives. As for their opponents, they were at the end of their lives. Even if they were powerful now, they might become a pile of bones in a few days. Sure enough, the Devil Palace's people did not contend against them at all. They just kept moving around. The Rain Clan's people also discovered this, and their complexions immediately became unsightly. Damn it, they are wasting time. We can't continue like this. We can't afford to waste time like this. Those people's complexions became unsightly. They decided to launch a thunderous attack. They wanted to get rid of their opponents at lightning speed. The surrounding abnormal phenomena and the suppression of the natural laws became even more terrifying. The Devil Palace's people had unsightly complexions. If not for the Devil Overlord being here, they would have retreated long ago. That was because the Devil Overlord had suppressed them by nearly 30%. This was really too terrifying. The Devil Overlord was indeed smiling. They wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer if they persisted for a while. Moreover, I've already sent people to look for the world soul. As long as I find it, I'll cut off their connection. Let's see how they'll die then. In the center of the underground world, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to pry open one of the old man's hands and saw the appearance of the world soul. But all of a sudden, the withered old man opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a terrifying radiance. Careful! The crimson dragon was startled. Black Mountain was also astonished. Lin Xian's body shook. He felt as if his soul was being attacked. Someone wanted to devour his soul. It was too sudden. They did not even have time to react. As for Lin Xian, he was even more startled. Get lost! Lin Xian bellowed, and a golden eye appeared behind him. A terrifying soul attack surged out like a tide. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul also shone with a biting cold radiance. It wanted to destroy everything. Lin Xian used all his strength to resist the old man's soul attack. Chapter 3784. Lin Xian realized that he had been careless. He did not expect a dying soul to be so strong. He knew that he had underestimated a sacred venerate. Even a dying sacred venerate's power was not something he could imagine. Fortunately, he had many trump cards. This time he managed to force the other party's soul back. Lin Xian quickly retreated to a safe distance. At the same time he said, "Damn it, he's not dead." The crimson dragon jumped up and scolded. "Damn it, you old fart. You're already like this, and you still want to harm others. Go to hell." Buzz. The old man, lying in the coffin, did not move his head. However, his eyes moved slowly and stared at the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon felt his hair stand on end. His gaze was like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce through the old man's body. He roared angrily, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome dragon? If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. You old fart, why aren't you dead yet? It's a waste of the dragon vein if you stay here." The withered corpse's body moved up and down violently. His lungs were like bellows making wheezing sounds. This was because he was angry. He was a sacred venerate. When he was at his peak, he was an extremely terrifying existence, even among sacred venerates. However, he was very old and had reached the end of his life. Therefore, he was sealed here and used the remaining time to control the soul of the world. But now, an ant at the fifth heaven of the sacred venerate was mocking him. Moreover, a young man at the fourth heaven of the sacred venerate was able to force his soul back. This made him feel incredulous. At this moment, Heishan also floated over. He glanced at the old man in the coffin and shook his head slightly. "Your aptitude is average. You're already very lucky to be able to cultivate to this level. If you and I were born in the same era, I would probably be able to step on you with one foot and you would never be able to rise again." Puff! The old man spat out a mouthful of black blood. He was finally driven mad. Another dark soul appeared and dared to look down on him. "Ah!" She let out an unwilling roar. Her voice was very low. "Retreat quickly." Lin Xian, the crimson dragon, and the others were already prepared for this and instantly entered the great sage tower. This divine might slammed into the grand sage tower, creating a deafening sound. The great sage pagoda shook violently, but it was completely unable to withstand the impact. At the same time, on the other side of the land, a team quickly set off. They were led by 2 minor saints. They were very cautious, and their eyes were filled with cold light. They were sent by the demon palace to secretly seize the world soul. However, before they could even reach it, they were struck by an extremely powerful force that shattered their bodies, shattered their souls. No, these powerful beings screamed out crazily. They wanted to escape, but it was already too late. They were instantly torn to shreds. These people were not reconciled. They had not even reached their destination and were already killed. Damn it, what was happening in front of him? However, they would never know. The saint aura quickly swept out and then disappeared. Lin Xian and the other 2 sensed for a while. Realizing that there was no more danger, they walked out. The moment the crimson dragon came out, he scolded out loudly. He splashed the face of that elderly man. Holy sh*T. How dare you sneak an attack on yours truly? Do you believe that yours truly will slap you to death? Black Mountain laughed coldly. Indeed, his innate talent was lacking. Lin Xian snorted coldly as well. The elderly man was so angry that he roared out once more. The soul flame in his eyes danced. This time around, it was a horrifying soul attack that swept out in all directions. The three of them hid in the great sage tower once more. Clang! 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 The attack this time around was even more berserk, and the duration was much longer as well. After a long time, the crimson dragon finally popped out his soul flame. Holy sh*T. This old man is crazy. To think that he is still so strong even though he is about to die. Damn it. Ben Huang must definitely become a Saint Master in the future. Don't talk anymore. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian and the other two came out once more, prepared to mock him. The crimson dragon was already prepared to spit out his saliva. However, they were dumbfounded when they saw the elderly man in the bronze coffin. His eyes were still wide open, but they had lost their luster. He is dead. The three of them could not believe it. This time around, Black Mountain personally checked. Then they nodded. He is really dead. It seems like he was angered to death by us. Hearing that, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. How infuriating. To tell the truth, he did not dare to believe that a saint sovereign would be angered to death. Of course, under normal circumstances, let alone us, even 10,000 people wouldn't be able to anger him to death. However, this person is really too old. He doesn't have much time left to live. Furthermore, he had used his strength twice before, so he used up all his remaining life force. However, he did die in anger. It could be said that he was killed by us. Black Mountain explained. After hearing that, Lin Xian was completely speechless. The crimson dragon was excited. Holy sh*T. He is dead. This guy is really dead. Ha 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 ha. Ben Huang, I killed Saint Master. This is too satisfying. In the future, when I go out, I will say that Ben Huang drowned Saint Master. At that time, who would dare to provoke me? Black Mountain pulled the crimson dragon to the side. Enough. You Rizalong. Stop bragging. Hurry up and let this boy accept the world soul. Otherwise, if other people discover us, we won't be able to escape. Holy sh*T. Boy, hurry up. The crimson dragon also remembered the important matter. Lin Xian grabbed the water-shaped seed and entered the great sage pagoda. Let's go. The crimson dragon and Black Mountain also entered the great sage pagoda. Riding on it, they broke through the void and quickly flew away. At the same time, the Rain Clan's people were still in a deadlock with the Demon Palace's people. The Rain Clan's people relied on the powerful natural laws and their control over the world to suppress the Demon Palace's people. This caused the Demon Palace's people to be in a disadvantageous position. The Demon Palace's people didn't fight back. Instead, they were stalling for time. However, at this time, the countless divine chains of order in the sky slowly disappeared and turned into primal chaos. What's going on? What happened? The Rain Clan's people were stupefied. They felt that their control over the world was weakening. Their strength bonuses were decreasing. What's going on? Could it be that something unexpected happened? The Demon Palace's people were stupefied. They felt that they were being suppressed, and that suppression was rapidly disappearing. Their true strength had finally returned. It seemed that they had succeeded. Those Saint Venerables smiled. The demon overlord also had a smile on his face. Did they succeed? He sent out a small team. Presumably, they should have found the world soul, right? Perhaps they had already broken the connection between the world soul and Yu. Humph. Let's see how you are going to die this time. The demon overlord's eyes burst out with biting, cold-killing intent. He didn't know that the team he sent out was ruthlessly exterminated before they even discovered the location of the world soul. Chapter 3785. Therefore, this misjudgment allowed Lin Xian and the others to gain some time to escape. The people of the Rain clan also panicked. The complexions of those Saint Venerables completely changed. Not good. Our control over the world has disappeared. It seems like there is a problem with the world soul. Quickly go down. We must not let the world soul have any problems. It is very likely that the people of the Devil Palace did this. These people roared crazily. Several small saints tore open the ground, wanting to enter. However, on the other side, the people of the Devil Palace really launched an attack. Where do you think you're going? Kill them for me. He still thought that it was his subordinate who had control over the world soul. Naturally, he would not allow these people of the Rain clan to destroy it. Get lost. The Saint Venerables of the Rain clan roared. The battle broke out again. This time, it was incomparably bitter. Originally, these Saint Venerables relied on the abnormal phenomenon of heaven and earth to preserve a portion of their strength. After all, they wanted to preserve a portion of their lives. However, they could not care about anything now. If they lost control over the world, their end would be very miserable. Therefore, at this moment, these people were fighting with their lives on the line. The eyes of the people of the Devil Palace were also red. They felt that victory was in sight, especially the incarnation of the Devil Overlord. He had an expression of victory. Naturally, he also attacked with his full strength. Both sides fought fiercely. At this time, Lin Xian and the others had already escaped from this world and arrived in the outer space. Should they stay here and watch the show? The Crimson Dragon was somewhat impatient because he had already discovered that the battle below was incomparably bitter. Clearly, the two sides had fought until their eyes were red. Black Mountain said, "It was better to leave. The thing that this brat had was something that even Saint Kings would covet. He could not leak the news. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly die." They withdrew the great sage pagoda and entered the black earth, flying toward the distant starfield. As long as he left this battlefield and entered a random world, he would silently refine it before coming out. No one would know about it. Get lost. In the distance, the two Saint Venerables of the Rain clan roared. They brandished their autumn mountain sword and directly cut a Saint Venerable into two. However, they were also hit by the demon Overlord's palm, which sent them flying. The two of them vomited blood. The Devil Overlord carried a Sun-grade Saint artifact and attacked. Finally, Shao Qin defeated a Holy Venerate. Furthermore, that Holy Venerate was a living fossil. Previously, the Holy Venerate's life force was already very low. It was like a lamp that had run out of oil and could be extinguished at any moment. I can't hold on any longer. I'll self-destruct and try my best to hold on to one of them. Furthermore, I'll give you guys time to hurry. He hurriedly went down to take a look. What exactly was the problem? The power on the living fossil's body became more and more chaotic, and the laws were dazzling. The people of the Rain clan were in despair. This was really their ancestor. At this moment, he was actually going to self-destruct. This was unacceptable to them. With a loud explosion, a Holy Venerate self-detonated. That terrifying power swept toward the Fiend Palace. Not good. The Demon Palaces, people screamed as if they had gone mad. The other party unexpectedly blew himself up. He was truly a madman. They roared madly, but it was already too late. That was a Saint Venerable. When he was still alive, he could shake the world. At this moment, he was self-destructing with no regard for anything else. This power was enough to destroy the world. Fortunately, this Rain clan's Saint Venerable cherished his own world and directed the power above the 9 heavens. Otherwise, this world would definitely be torn apart by this attack. However, even with that being the case, the saints of the Fiend Palace were still falling in droves. Their bodies were blasted into bloody mist, no longer existing. As for those small saints, they were torn apart. Only their souls managed to escape. Even those holy venerates were struck by the attack. They were all seriously injured and started vomiting blood. The demon master used his sun-grade saint artifact to defend himself. His long black blade, he fought in all directions. However, he was still unable to defeat all of the attack's power. He was also injured. The radiance on his body became much dimmer than before. It could be said that this attack had seriously injured the people of the Fiend Palace. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the people of the Rain clan tore open the earth and arrived below. The two holy venerates saw that the bronze coffin below had been opened by someone. Their ancestor was dumbstruck. He had an appearance of being unable to die in peace. Immediately, they all knelt down. Ancestor, the people of the Rain clan were crying and shouting. As for the two holy venerates, their eyes had turned red. Where was the world soul? Damn it! Why was the world soul gone? They had chiseled the coffin from top to bottom. They had even searched the entire world. However, they were still unable to find it. Where was the world soul? Humph! Are you looking for the world soul? It's useless. It no longer belongs to your Rain clan. It's mine. In the sky, the demon master revealed a malevolent smile. Although the attack just now had caused them to suffer disastrous losses. However, so what? He was about to obtain a world soul. It was enough to make up for his losses. Damn it. It was really you guys who played tricks. Below, the experts of the Rain clan raised their heads to look at the sky. Their eyes were emitting biting, cold-killing intent. I hate you guys. They were surging with killing intent. They wished they could tear the other party apart. The demon master sneered. It was me who did it. So what? Aren't you angry and sullen? You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do so. You can't even defeat one of my incarnations, let alone my real body. Wait until I refine the world soul. Let's see who in the world can still be my opponent. The demon master faced the sky and laughed wildly. At this moment, the people of the second heavenly realm were shocked. Damn it! The demon master actually had this idea. They were actually deceived by him. The complexions of some people of the holy city were also incomparably gloomy. They also discovered that a peerless enemy had appeared. Previously, it was rumored that the demon master would soon break through and become a saint king. He was a powerful threat to the holy city. It was very possible that the demon palace would evolve into a holy city in the future. However, they also knew that even if the demon master became a saint king, his foundation would still be incomparable to theirs. The current holy city had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even the youngest peerless city controlled many worlds. But what about the demon palace? Although it was one of the overlords of the demon planet, it didn't truly control the world. This was the gap, an irreparable gap. They didn't expect that the demon master would actually obtain a world soul. If he used this world soul as a foundation to expand, he would definitely become a colossus in the future. This demon master was truly an ambitious and ruthless person. That's right. On the surface, he was taking revenge for his son. But secretly, he wanted to seize a world soul. It was truly a good scheme. It was over. It seemed that even the holy city couldn't stop the rise of the demon palace. This time, the Rain clan was truly doomed. Countless discussions rang out. The demon master was very pleased with himself. He waved his hand. Come out. He was summoning his subordinates. He wanted to refine the world soul in front of the Rain clan. However, after his voice faded, no one came out. This caused everyone to be stunned. What was going on? What was going on? The people of the demon palace were also stunned. Could it be that an accident had occurred? A small saint frowned. The demon master's expression sank. Why didn't you come out? He shouted coldly. Countless lightning bolts streaked across the sky. As long as you were in this world soul, you would definitely be able to hear this sound. However, no one came out. This scene caused everyone to be even more shocked. Could it be that an accident had occurred? This was impossible. The Rain clan had already lost the world soul. What accident could have occurred? Chapter 3786. Where are they? Hurry up and come out. Don't let the palace master get angry. The experts in the surroundings also bellowed furiously. However, not a single person came out. At this moment, the people of the Fiend Palace were completely alarmed. The Fiend Overlord's complexion also darkened. Could it be that his subordinates ran away with the treasure? Thinking of such a possibility, he was driven mad with anger. Damn it! Who dared to betray him? In the outer space, the people watching the battle also cried out in alarm. What was going on? No one came out. Could it be that the Fiend Overlord was really betrayed? That was possible. After all, that was a world soul. Who wouldn't covet it? One after another, discussions could be heard. The people of the Rain clan were also furious. They were also frantically searching for the world soul. Right now, they didn't have the time to mock the Fiend Overlord. They had to quickly find the world soul. The Fiend Overlord was also personally searching for the world soul. In the sky, a pair of fiend eyes swept through the surroundings, covering every corner of the world. However, he still didn't discover his subordinates. But soon he bellowed furiously. His palm directly covered the ground, creating a crack. Within the cracks, soil was churning and rocks were jumping about. There was also blood and bones buried within the cracks. Dead. The experts of the Fiend Palace were dumbstruck when they sensed the aura above. The Fiend Overlord also bellowed furiously. Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to attack my subordinates? Get the hell out here! He bellowed crazily, and the long blade in his hand chopped down. This time, countless cracks appeared in the sky, and the ground kept sinking. Everyone was so scared that they started shivering. At the same time, their hearts were beating wildly. What was going on? Could it be that an expert had secretly made a move? Had the world's soul been snatched away? Who was it? Who was so daring to set themselves against the Fiend Overlord? It couldn't be a holy city, right? For a moment, many people were whispering to each other. The several holy cities were also extremely shocked. They were certain that it wasn't them who had done it. However, they didn't know whether it was someone else who had done it or not. For a moment, these holy cities were also discussing with each other. But soon they were dumbfounded. That was because they discovered that it really wasn't a holy city. Who was it then? At this moment, everyone was curious. Who was it that was so daring? The Fiend Overlord was so angry that his whole body trembled. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Thinking back to how arrogant and high-spirited he was before, he wanted to refine the world's soul in front of the Rain clan. He also wanted to announce to the world that he, the Demon Lord, had come and was going to rule the world. But now he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. His subordinates had been quietly killed by someone, and the world's soul had been snatched away. What was even more infuriating was that he didn't even know who his opponent was. As the overlord of a region, the Demon Lord had never been so humiliated before. The people from the Rain clan gnashed their teeth in anger. As expected, they had lost the world soul. Their greatest reliance was gone. Although they didn't know who had stolen it, they had placed their hatred on the Demon Palace. This was because they were all from the Fiend Palace. If the Fiend Palace did not attack them, how could they lose their world souls? Damn it! Kill them? The people of the Rain clan roared crazily. At this moment, the evil demon overlord was also furious. Kill them all. Kill all these Rain technique people. I want to bathe Double Rainstar in blood. The war started again and lasted for nearly half a year. In the end, the peak power of the Rain clan was completely wiped out, and the remaining 2 Saint Venerables were killed. Without a leader, the Rain clan was completely finished. Although the Demon Palace had also suffered disastrous losses, with many Saint Venerables and small saints dying, the number of Saint Venerables was still too great. There were countless saints, but the Demon Overlord's avatar was still alive. He led the remaining forces and swept through all 4 directions. The Rain clan was finished. In outer space, the people who were watching the war shook their heads and sighed. There was no suspense anymore. The people of the Wind Spirit Star also withdrew. Previously, they had joined hands, but now the Rain Clan was completely finished. They would not continue to fight with their lives on the line. Therefore, these people began to withdraw, and even left with their king spirits. On the other side, the people of the Rain Clan were getting more and more. Yu Shirchia stood in the sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Her eyes were numb. She had never thought that the clan that had been at its peak would end up like this. Shirchia, quickly climb up the altar! The remaining elders of the Rain Clan roared crazily. Yu Shirchia was pushed onto the altar. Immediately, the blood in the surroundings began to circulate crazily. Even the power of the Saint Venerables, after their deaths, surged into Yu Shirchia's body. We have awakened your bloodline. Now, you are the one with the most powerful bloodline in our Rain Clan. Quickly leave. As long as you are alive, the Rain Clan still has hope. The people of the Rain Clan forcefully sent Yu Shirchia away. Then, everyone of the Rain Clan was killed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. A world-class clan was annihilated. The shock caused by this was absolutely earth-shaking. The second astral realm was completely stirred up. Everyone was spreading the news. Everyone was discussing the battle that had just taken place. Of course, there was also that mysterious person. The Demon Palace had occupied the Double Rain planet. At the same time, the Demon Overlord had issued a universal arrest warrant. He was chasing after Yu Shirchia. He was chasing after the person who had seized the world soul. No matter where the other party fled to, he would definitely tear the other party into pieces. This storm was still ongoing. Lin Xian and the others had already arrived at a remote and declining small world. They went down and completely concealed themselves. Lin Xian was currently fusing with the world soul with all his strength. This process was very slow. It took more than a year. Spring came and autumn went. Winter came and summer went. In this year, too many things had happened in the second astral realm. The Demon Palace had taken over the Double Rain planet. However, later on, other forces forcefully interfered. Those holy cities also wanted a share of the pie. They all set up camp on the Double Rain planet and began to divide the resources. However, they could only divide the resources on the surface. As for the world soul, this kind of thing that even Saint Kings would be jealous of, they couldn't obtain it. Yu Shirchia had completely disappeared. No one knew where she went. As for that mysterious powerhouse, he seemed to have never appeared. Until now, they hadn't found any clues. They didn't even know who the other party was. This made the Demon Palace go crazy with anger. Especially the Demon Overlord, he almost went crazy. On this day, Lin Xian woke up. He opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. He had already begun the initial fusion. The following fusion didn't require him to deliberately control it. As time passed, he would become more and more familiar with it. This feeling was really too wonderful. He had a mysterious connection with the world. With a thought, he could even control the heaven and earth phenomenon of that world. He was like a god, controlling the laws of heaven and earth. "Oh right, how's the situation outside?" After Lin Xian came out, he asked. The Crimson Dragon and Black Mountain had been inquiring about the news. Even the Northern Demon had come out. He had almost recovered. In fact, his cultivation had even gone up a level. At this moment, he had already reached the second heavenly layer.